check. Check again. Very good morning to you all. Last day of the European Championship large scale. The lower final, semi-final, and mid-final. And we will start in 11 minutes. So the track will be open in about 4. For the first one of this day, 1A final 3. Drivers Mika, Victor, Marcus, Leo, Tobias, Rasmus, Stefan, Kessel, Arnaud, and Steven. 2 drivers in this run and change the engine so they know what to do within the first 2 laps. Keep that in mind. is open. 7 minutes to start. Track is open. 1 on B. Track is open. Good luck to everybody.
Good morning, everybody. We are here in Groningen, Netherlands. I'm getting there. So welcome everybody to the EFRA large-scale touring car European Championships here in the Netherlands at the Real 80 Model Car Racing Club. My name is Frank McKinney, and today you will be hearing me for, well, all of the finals today, except for the practice, which is coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. We're about to start the 1/8 sub-final B for touring car. And that is, we're starting right on time. The cars are being brought into the pit area. So, meanwhile, while these guys are going to be getting set on the grid, just like to welcome everybody once again and say hello to everyone watching this live EFRA coverage brought to you by RC Racing TV and EFRA, thanks to Polestar TV. So the pit lane has been open. There's a warm-up period, and then the racers are sent out on the grid. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 cars. So very quickly, Mika Hackenbergen 1, Günther Hornert, Marcus Oppenhorst, Neo Lebescond, Tobias Bosse, Rasmus Randrup, Schroeder, Leitovardi, Brassert, and Jones. And they are off. This is going to be one of the few dry races that we're going to be seeing today, and so there's quite a bit less carnage than we're going to be seeing later on. All the cars out in number order, 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 5 has lost position. Number 5 has gone into the pit for, there's 2 cars, the 5 and the 7 have changed engines during the event, so they have stop and go penalties in their first final race that they're participating in. It's a pretty standard operation. You're limited to 1 chassis, 1 body shell, and 1 engine for the event. So 1, 2, and 1 and 2 together. They've already lapped the number 7 of Schroeder. So that is Hazenberg and Honert. Honert taking the early lead in this one in the multicolored, very bright car, followed by the number 1 in that pale yellow color. Referee's ducking his head in. So Honert leading away, building a very small gap so far. Oh, a little mistake coming onto the main straight as Hazenberg trying to chase him down, getting up on 2 wheels. Who's that? The car 4 of Neo Lebescond, one of our younger racers that's here. I'm not sure if he's the youngest, but he's definitely very young. How old is he, Laszlo? Do you know? How old is Neo? 12. We talked to Neo at Fiorano last year. Precocious young little Swiss chap. Swiss, yeah? Swiss. I say precocious in a very kind way, because he stole a set of RC Racing stickers off of me yesterday. He's 12. And then he asked for 2 more sheets later on in the day. So what can you do but give him 2 sheets? Yeah. Cute kid. He was happy to be interviewed, and Hazenberg catching up to Honert there as he got collecting the number 9 car, Brassert, in the infield. That blue car just going down the straight. So he's about to get lapped, but he's not letting Honert by. Oh, and there goes Hazenberg sliding past him. And there goes Neo. So all of that has let Neo Lebescond, our young 12-year-old Swiss racer, who you can catch an interview with. I was trying to get to that on the EFRA Facebook page, but catch that between races after this race, because this is lining up already. This 15-minute race is lining up to be pretty special. So these cars can run for 30 minutes or so if you're very, very careful and good, but these races are just 15 minutes for the 1/8 and the 1/4 finals. Oh, and Neo goes over in the infield, but he doesn't lose a place. He's got car 3 about a second or so behind him. That's Marcus Oppenhurst from Germany. So we've got Germany, France, Switzerland, and Germany in that order. So Neo now has a battle on his hands. He's got a lap car. Oh, no. Oppenhurst has cleared the lap car, so Oppenhurst is now catching up to Neo as they're going into the S's and the sweeper. Cars 2 and 1 still leading away, a couple of seconds ahead on track. Neo doing a pretty good job so far keeping Oppenhurst behind. I don't know much about Marcus, but he's keeping it fair as they're going down the straight. That's the silver and purple car 4 and the very bright colored car number 3 behind, coming around the hairpin and into the final corner, just crossing the finish line. Now those beeps you hear are them crossing the line. So the gap not expanding. Marcus all over the back of Neo, keeping an eye on the leading pair of 2 and 1. So that is off screen, but this is the battle on track for third. Coming down the main straight. And into the S's. Around the hairpin. So Marcus keeping it tight. Keeping Neo on his toes for sure. Neo was telling us yesterday that he hopes to get out of the 1/8 and into the 1/4 final. At this rate, he should be able to do that. And ideally, finish up in the semifinals. Marcus, all over him. He's going to be, they're going to be, I say trading paint, but you know how these cars are painted from the inside out, but it sounds cool anyway. So weapons racing, especially in touring car. Now the nightmare scenario here for Neo is to not just get passed, but get either flipped over by an errant Marcus, which we're hoping from what we've seen so far that shouldn't be happening, or get tapped on the back. Ooh, and strange line there from Neo. Marcus getting a couple of sniffs in on that set of corners, but he's holding off. It's a long race. There's still 9 minutes left to go in this 15-minute race. There's no refueling, and because it's set to be a dry race pretty much, this race and the next, as the 0 of Stephen Jones tips over in the Jägermeister orange. In the infield, we almost had a Marshall running across the track. That's the only reason why I mention that, because that can throw the driver's eyes off, especially when they have someone in high-vis orange running across the track. Neo going over the curbs there, throwing up Marcus's line and making, basically increasing his gap. Now Marcus getting into the marbles and losing loads of space to Neo. So let's have a quick look at where our leaders are, the 2 and the 1 of Honer and Hazenberg, coming into the infield now, crossing line now and now. That is the neon bright, I don't know how to even describe that, multicolored number 2 and the dull yellow number 1. At least it's very easy to see. So those guys, ooh, and Honer getting sideways, so losing some time. But let's see. So Oppenhurst catching back up to Neo now. He's taking a couple of laps. He had a couple of bad moments basically because Neo had some kind of crazy lines going over the, not crazy, just some bad lines himself, and Oppenhurst not wanting to drive straight into the back of him. Actually had to do some avoiding action, got on the marbles, but now he's all over the back of him again as they're coming up on lap traffic, and that's the 6 and the 8. 8 coming off track, and almost collecting Marcus. Wow, okay. Got to be careful when you're coming back on the track. So at least that's one lapped car clear. That was the 8 of Letta Jarvi. They're up on the 6 next of Rasmus from Denmark. And then we've got Gordon from the UK in the car 0 ahead of him. So 2 lapped cars in close proximity just ahead of them. And they are themselves battling for position. So this is a danger moment for Neo. See how he handles the pressure here. Obviously, Neo did. Oh, and there he goes. There's Marcus goes for the dry dive at the end of the straight, and that leaves Neo upside down. So he's stuck in the marbles and upside down. His brother running out there to catch him. That was Thibaut Lebescond. So let's see. That's puts him at least. Where is he? Almost a lap down. So Neo down to 5th now. Tobias Bossa taking over 4th. Marcus in 3rd. Hazenberg still in 2nd. Honert in the car 2. The multicolored neon stripy car from Germany. Günther Honert leading this car. So we're following Mika Hazenberg. Oh, and he's had a moment coming across the last corner. Number 8 almost taken out. Hazenberg. So that was Honert, sorry, having a moment, letting Hazenberg get right up on the back of him now at the end of the main straight, coming around the hairpin. So it's tightening up at the very front again. So this is how racing happens. This goes in ebbs and flows, and the battle moves around the track. The 2 and the 1 coming up on the number 9 of Arnaud Brassard in that blue and white car, just coming around the hairpin. So Honert in that multicolored neon car. Hazenberg in the pale yellow, coming down the main straight. It's the 2 and the 1. The blue car just ahead of him is lap traffic, so he should be getting a blue flag alert, being told by the referees on the rostrum, standing right next to the drivers. And there's also the car 7 of Schroeder, who's also going to be lapped in a bit. So Schroeder moves aside. Brassard has not yet moved aside. Oh, he's battling with the leaders! He shouldn't be doing that. That actually switches the lead now back to Hazenberg and Honert. That car 9 should not be getting involved here. So he's let the number 2 of Honert, who he actually knocked just a bit. He was holding them up for lap after lap. Whatever you think about blue flags, that was actually impeding the race and changing the order of battle here. So now Hazenberg, Honert swap around for position back to their qualifying order of 1 and 2. It's a quick look for Lebescond. He's moved up into 4th, and he's working on catching Tobias Bossa in that number 5 car. So the leaders coming around to finish another lap, 37 laps now. They're on pace to do 50 laps, maybe 49 if they get involved in lap traffic again. And just to show Honert getting stuck behind the 0 a little bit of Stephen Jones. So we're following Honert in that very bright colored car. White with the neon stripes all over it. All the primary colors in there. So Hazenberg chasing down, he's about to put a lap on 3rd place, Tobias. And next up on Tobias will be Honert. And as if just to underline the lap traffic effect, they are already up on the number 9 car to put another lap on him, the one who actually affected the order of the race. So let's see if he listens to the referees and lets them by. So Honert has cleared Tobias. Schroeder not letting the leader by again. Okay, now he does. Honert now just a half a straight behind the leader of Hazenberg, and he's not. There he goes. There goes Schroeder, letting him pass. So, ooh, getting sideways on the heavy braking. I'm curious if these drivers have prepared for rain with their cars. All or most of the drivers straight into the semifinals have already got rain-prepped cars with open diffs, higher ride heights, different radio plates with sealed radio gear. So our leaders 1 and 2 about to cross the finish line once again. And about to come up on the number 5 of Bossett. Nope, that's number 3 of Openhurst, who was battling with our young racer, Neil. So you must have had an issue that I didn't see. We're coming up on the finish already. Yes, we're less than a minute to go in this one. So is it top 4 or top 3? Top 3, okay. So yeah. So it's the top 3 racers that are going to be bumping up. So unless Neo can make up several seconds in the next couple of laps, he's not going to be able to get into the quarterfinal. Unless the number 5 of Bossa, who's on his last lap now, so we're just keeping an eye on the number 1 and 2 who are going to be crossing the finish line in that order. Oh, mistake for Hazenberg. Oh no, Gunter. There he goes, he finishes. Bossa is finished. Neo Lebescon, unfortunate, but I must say Marcus Openhurst, who did force him over, he was driving very, very clean for the entire run. But I will come off the radio just for a couple of minutes, see if I can try and run down and get some video footage very, very quickly.
So, 7 minutes to start. Next up final, 1, final 8. Track is open.
Alright, so we are back. So, exciting race in that 1/8 Final B. And now we've got the 1/8 Final A here from Groningen, Netherlands. I'm working on it. For the large-scale touring car European Championships. In this one, we've got Mads Coe, Hampus Broman, Miles Troitler, Rudy Bessier, Arthur Simon, Pascal Hervé, Eric De Vos, Ewan Moriad, David Lebescon, and Ian Young. And that Lebescon name should be familiar because David is Neo's father. So we've got Norway, Sweden, Germany, France, Netherlands, France, Switzerland, and Ian Young bringing up for the Brits. So they've been called into the pits, so they get several minutes of warm-up just to get the tires going, engine warmed up, carburetor warmed up, make sure all the transponders are working properly, and then brought in number order, and then a slow procession out onto the driving grid. So got 1, 2, 3. 2 and 3 are handy. That's almost the exact same paint scheme. That's great. Oh, we got the number 4s have gone across the line. Should be doing that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 in staggered order.
10, 9,
Number 2 is crept forward. I don't think it's supposed to have.
5, 4, 4.
And they're off. So, no. Yeah, stop and go for number 4 because he started the line across the starting line. So he needs to go into the pits. He's got 3 laps to do that, so he hasn't done it this time. Everyone out in number order. 2 and 3. Just deciding to make my life difficult by having literally the exact same paint scheme. Not literally, but very, 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 very close, like 99%. 3 going very wide. 4, again, ignoring the pit entrance. He's going to have one more lap to do that, I think. And then he's going to get, what? Just lose time? So 1, 2, and 4, but 4 should be pulling off, and then we've got a battle between 8, 5. There he goes into pits. That is Rudy Bessier. So it's the 1 and the 2 spread out going down the main straight, and then we've got the 8, 5, 3, 7, 9, 6, 0, and 4. So after this race, we're going to have a bit of a break to allow these 1/8 final racers, the top 3 in each of these races, are bumping up into the quarterfinals. And then we'll have time practice for the touring Formula 1 cars, and then time practice for the touring cars, and then a lunch break. So quite a long break, to be honest. And we've got the 4 and I think that's the 8, I'm not sure, the 10. The mechanics individually running out to collect their cars. The mechanics acting as the marshals for their own cars because basically just for safety. So the 1 and 2 running away with it at the moment. The 8 and the 5, that is Moriad and Simon, both French racers. That's our battle for 3rd because that is our final bump up position. The 8 running, I can spot the upside down 8. The numbers on this number 8, they're so huge. I can see the upside down number 8 on one side of the car. But anyway, they're coming around the hairpin now and into the tight infield. I'm keeping an eye on the 1 and 2 in position. They've got a good gap between them. So just going to keep it steady, rubber side down, and make sure that they both bump up. That is Mads Coe and Hampus Broman, 2 of our Scandinavian racers that are here. So the gap between the 8 and the 5 of Moriad and Simon has grown now. 3 of Troitler now catching up to Simon. That's our 4th place battle. 5, 3, and 4. 4 being our... Oh no, he's being lapped, is Rudy. Because he got in some trouble a couple of laps ago. It's pretty spread out between the 1 and the 2 who are leading away, and then the 8 who's in third is gaining distance from the car number 5. This is our battle for third here, coming up just down the pit straight, but yeah, number 5 is our battle. It's not a bump-up battle, but if they can maintain position and not hinder each other too much, they will very rapidly catch up to the car 8 of Ewan. So number 5 is that white, gray, and green car. He's being hassled by the white, red, and black number 3 of Miles Treutler. Ooh, all over the back of them as they're coming into the infield. Both of them running Audi-style body shells. And the car 4 of Rudy, he doesn't want to get... Well, I mean, I'm sure he wants to get into the battle, but he's actually a lap down. So he needs to watch it. He needs to watch it. He's already been called for a stop and go once, and he's very hard on the brakes, so he didn't go into the back of Miles. So, dodgy driving, but good driving. So now the battle for third is across 3 cars. That's the 8, the 5, and the 3 of Muriad and Simon, both from France, and Treutler from Germany. They're going down the main straight now. Little bit of a gap. It seems like Muriad, if he's not being hassled, I think like most racers, if he doesn't have anyone on all over the back of him, he's able to pull a gap. But now he's got Simon creeping up to him, visibly closer now. Just hanging out under his rear wing, while Treutler waiting to pick up the pieces. If they can both take each other out, Treutler's in the final bump-up position as they go past the 0 car of Ian Young. Moriad slow to get acceleration down the straight, so that lets Simon catch up to him. The accordion and the rubber band effect working its magic. Oh, very tight. Simon sniffing. Oh, and who's that? Rudy getting into the back of the number 3 of Miles. So now he's no longer a threat to the backside of Simon. So now it's just the 2 Frenchmen battling it out. So Simon no longer has anyone to worry about behind him at the moment. We'll see how quickly Treutler can catch up. So Simon having a bit of a moment, losing some drive going down the straight. So the gap increases. They're coming up with a car 6 to lap him of Pascal Hervé. So the gap not staying fairly constant as Hervé very kindly parks it on the grass, forces his marshal to run out there. So now these guys, the 8 and the 5 of Moriad and Simon, the 2 Frenchmen, clear track ahead, clear track behind, no more distractions for the time being as they're coming to lap the stricken number 6. His mechanic carrying him across. Oh, now Simon all over the back of Moriad. So that number 8 is the bright, is that pink, pinky orange and green, followed very closely as he gets on 2 wheels and lets Simon get past. Oh, and then the battling back, coming around the final corner, and then battling again. Oh, and a body tuck. Simon gets a body tuck now, so he might have to come in if he's visibly slower. So, which one? Simon and that car 5, one of our youngest drivers here as well. Looks like that body tuck isn't bothering him too much. So the positions staying the same for now. The 5 and the 8, Simon and Moriad. It looks like the body's come undone. No, it's still stuck there. Some of these guys running reinforcements on the backside, but it does add weight, which sometimes the drivers don't mind so much. They're only allowed a maximum weight on the body shell. And it actually helps in the rain, which we're due to see within an hour or so. Oh, and the swap for position again. The 8 is ahead. That's Moriad. And there he goes, a swap as they cross the line. Yeah, the body's come untucked now for young Simon. So he should have maximum speed to attack. This is the final bump up position as they're coming up again on the number 6 of Hervé. Oh, and Simon getting up on 2 wheels, losing loads of time now to Moriad. It's at least a second he's lost now. The gap was 0.34 of a second. Yeah, so another 0.3 gone there, but it looks like he can rapidly catch up, especially with 2-lap cars, Hervé and DeVos. So both of these guys, some of our youngest racers that are here, battling for top young racer honors, as Simon catches up and gets alongside, but he's on the outside of the turn. Now he's on the inside. No, he doesn't do it. He lets it off, but he knows he can catch up, and Moriad knows he's there. So we got a very slow car ahead of them now. The number 9 of Le Bascon just coming back on the track, but he lets him by. He's smart racing. So the 8 and the 5 still our battle that we're watching. Coming down the end of the main straight, Simon all over the back of Moriad. It's coming up on the 7 of DeVos. And the stricken number 0 of Young lets him by. And so does DeVos. Now they got clear track ahead of him, faster than all of the cars behind them. But the leader of car 1, Mads Koo, is coming up on them as well. And Hampus Broman in the car 2. Where is he at? He's a few seconds behind, so he's fine. So, oh, and Moriad gets up on 2 wheels, lets Simon pass going down the straight. These 2 young racers giving us a show. So now it is Simon in the 5, the white, gray, and green car, followed by the number 8 of Moriad. These guys keeping it rubber side down, as they've got the leader of Mads from Denmark coming up on them now. And they'll, if they've got the presence of mind, the extra brain thinking power going, this car's coming up on us, so he's probably our leader. And the referee will probably be telling them. Of course, Mads not wanting to risk things, because if either of these 2 cars finish ahead of him, that means he's not bumping up. Yes, but not if they take him off. So, and we're following the car 1 now of Mads, the Danish racer, now between the 4th place and 3rd place cars of Moriad and Simon. Simon will be the next car that he tries to get a pass on. Meanwhile, 7 minutes of racing have gone past, haven't even mentioned, but there's 3 minutes left to go, as Moriad getting a bit sideways coming across the line. So he's losing lots of time. It looks like, at this point, Simon may have an easy run to get into to finish 3rd. So we're following the car 1 now, the yellow car of Mads Koo. He's behind the number 5 of Simon, Arthur Simon. So the yellow car, our 1st place car, definitely going to bump up if things finish as they are, and the white and green car, our 3rd place car, also in the bump up position. So they're coming across to click off another lap. 2 minutes left in this one. These guys running just under 18-second laps. 17.7, 17.8. down the main straight. Minute 40 left in this one, so I don't know, divide that by 18, and that's roughly how many laps. They're on pace to do 51 laps, so and coming up on lap traffic. Down the main straight and passing the number 9 of that's David Lebescon in the I Love My Dad body shell. He smartly lets them pass. Lebescon actually battling with Ian Young with the car just behind him, the 9 and the 10. So just a minute left in this one, so that's about three or four laps. As they come down the straight, once again, third and first, holding position. Mads driving a very smart race, not wanting to push his car. Obviously, he's going to be in the next race. That's another 15-minute race, so you don't want to wear your car out trying to pass everybody a million times when you're already going to be bumping up. Just drive smart, shiny side up, rubber side down. So Hampus Broman, who we haven't featured at all, is just about to cross the line now on his last lap. Mads and Arthur crossing again. They're on their last lap now. And time has expired, and the checker flag is waving. So that is going to finish up with Mads, Hampus, and Arthur. Denmark, Sweden, and France advancing into the quarterfinals. So just real quick, we have a short break to allow the drivers from the 1/8 finals to prep their cars and prepare themselves for their own quarterfinals, which are going to be starting at 10:30 and 10:52. These are both 15-minute races once again. And then we're going to have a timed practice for Formula 1 and Touring Car. Each of those are going to have a 10-minute practice run, and I believe that's only for the drivers who qualified directly into the finals, the main final. So I think it's just going to be the two drivers in each race. So it won't be a whole lot to watch. So we're not going to have commentary for that one. Just get some photos and video. But in the meantime, that's it for now until about 10:30 Central European Time.
sure you're in the right start number. You got picture of the real up number. And also make sure you have the right start number.
Ja, mooi toch?
Second is open, 6 miles to start.
Okay, 3 minutes to go in this one. Well, for warm-up, don't worry, racing hasn't started yet. This is the 1/4 final B, featuring Gianmarco Martelli from Italy, Tobias Baumgard from Denmark, Sami Pajalin from Finland, Nicola Constantino Morone from Italy, Marco Harleman from the Netherlands, Tom Hake from Germany, Oriol Gil Gonzalez from Spain, Mika Hazenberg from the Netherlands, Günther Honert from Germany, and Tobias Bosse from Germany. So Mika, Günther, and Tobias in the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions are the ones that bumped up from the 1/8 final B. And this is now the quarterfinal, or one quarter final. Drivers have now completed their warm-up. They've been called into the pit lane, where they will be assembled in number order and then slowly proceed out to the starting grid, making sure not to cross the line. As we've seen, they very rapidly get called in for a stop and go, if that happens. Same thing if they once they stop, if they move even the tiniest bit, have Italy, Denmark, Finland, Italy, France, Netherlands, Spain, Netherlands, and Germany. So after this one, after the one quarterfinal B, of course, we'll have the one quarterfinal A. We should have dry conditions for both of these races. 15-minute runs for this one. And they will be counted down.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
No jump starts at IC. Oh, and the number 5 gets sideways, and is at the 6 that got collected. Oh, nightmare for the 6, the 7, and the 8. They're off. Oh, number 1, 2, and 3, 4 down the main straight now. We're already lapping the 6 and the 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Martelli, Baumgart, Pajalin, and Morone down the main straight, and they've got the lap cars of the 8 and 6. That's Hazenberg and Hake behind them. So we're starting with the car 1. We've got a train of 4 cars going. Only 3 of them are going to bump up, and the 2 flips over at the start of the straight. It's Baumgart out. So now it's the 1, 3, and 4. That is Martelli, Pajalin, and Morone. Martelli has a good gap. Morone getting past Pajalin. Great move into the last corner. That puts him in second. As the number 2 has now been lapped. Baumgart. So Martelli, a good gap. A couple seconds ahead of the 4 and the 3. Morone and Pajalin, 1.9 seconds. Amazed that I got that close. Could have been completely different. And we're following the car 3 now. That's our 3rd place driver, Pajalin, who is all over the back of Morone, who put in a fantastic move on the tight corner just before the start-finish line. He's got the 6, one of the lap cars behind him. He's probably just as fast, but basically he is stuck in position. Even if he is faster, he's not going to be allowed to pass 3rd place driver Pajalin. And he's got the 8 of Hazenberg behind him. So things seem to have settled down very quickly already. Martelli, a couple seconds, 1.5 seconds now ahead of Morone. Pajalin, a couple seconds behind him. So we're going to be following Gonzalez in the car 7, the white, blue, and red car. He's got the number 2 of Baumgart all over the back of him. That is not a battle for position, though. Baumgart way back, but clearly faster. But he could unlap himself and try to move forward and just hope that basically every other car ahead of him breaks down, because he is running in last position. Gonzalez, the car ahead of him, the white and green car, is Tobias Bosse, one of our bump ups from the last run. That's the car 0, so he started last, but he's actually running 5th. So taking advantage of the trouble that Hake and a few other cars have had in this run. So Gonzalez slowly reeling in Bosse. Spain ahead of Germany. And And there's another bump up car who's a couple of cars behind. That's Honert in the car 9 as Baumgart almost making the same mistake again. You can't be going full speed, like full throttle when your car's up in the air like that. So it's a train of 4 cars. The third position car is the only one who's out of position, so to speak. He did start second, so he unlaps himself from the car 0. So he's a lap down on everybody. And he's just trying to unlap himself. He's obviously quicker. Obviously, conditions will have changed quite a bit since the last time these guys were on track. We're hoping that this race is going to be a completely dry race, as well as the next one. Baumgart, eager to get past. Trying everything to get past Gonzalez. So it is a battle for position, but he's not the lead. These aren't the leaders that he's trying to get past. He was a leader, and then had a big crash coming onto the start of straight many laps ago. He's running last place, so he's just trying to unlap himself. So if Gonzalez just Baumgart loves getting up on 2 wheels there. Very exciting. I wouldn't want to be a passenger in his road car. Or maybe, it might be fun, but, you wouldn't keep your lunch down, I'm sure. Meanwhile, behind him, the 0, Bosse, chased down by Honert. These guys, very experienced, were chasing each other in the previous 1/8B final. So, no one able to make any moves on anybody in this group of 4. It's become 2 groups of 2 now. Baumgart surprisingly keeping all 4 wheels on the ground coming onto the main straight. So we're switching our focus to the 0 and the 9 as Baumgart gets past Gonzalez. So that should free up Baumgart to pull away. So it's not a battle for position or anything. He's already made a massive gap on Gonzalez. So we'll see if these 2, the 0 and the 9, can catch up to Gonzalez as Baumgart makes a mistake again. And allows Gonzalez to get past once more. So, and we've got the number 1 of the leader working his way through these guys, getting past Tobias Bosse first. He's going to be working on Honert next. All these neon-colored cars just crossing the finish line. Coming onto the main straight now. And Honert takes out the leader just very slightly. But that lets Bosse pass. So, unfortunate for the leader, it didn't affect anything. The leader's fine. He's still in position. But that did change the order of the lap cars quite a bit. And car 6 of Hockett also trying to work through. He's lapped as well, so you may as well let them pass. He's faster than these guys, and he's just trying to basically stick with the leader and work through all the lap traffic and just make up laps and just see where you end up. Basically, he's Hockett running 5th at the moment. As the 5 flips over, that's Harleman from 3rd. See where the 3 is of Pajalin, and it's quite a distance away. So. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, very spread out on track. Just trying to find the battles out there. 0 and the 9 not going to be affecting the bump up positions unless at least 2 cars crash out or somehow stop running. Seen many cars here with covers completely covering the disc brakes so that the tire rubber balls don't get stuck into the disc brakes or in the tires. I suppose it adds some weight, but it's just extra peace of mind because we did have that problem. Vanderpool actually told me that he wasn't able to get TQ and go straight into the final because of a big tire marble that was stuck in his wheel. So it does affect things. Obviously, none of the top pro guys running those covers that I can see. They don't rotate around or anything. They're just weight on the end of your suspension arms. Whoa, and the 9 getting sideways. So that lets Tobias Bossa catch right up to Honert. So these guys battling once again, the 9 and the 10, battling for 6th position. So I'm sure they're going to have a good handshake afterwards and sit down and watch the rest of the racing for the day. As they've got the number 4 car, Morone, who was running really well. I can't remember what happened to him, but yeah, he crashed out, but he's catching up to him. And then the 3 of Pajalin is behind him. So everyone just sort of maintaining position. The top guys anyway. The top 3 in this group. Just maintaining position, make sure that they can keep going, not stressing the car, not working it too much, because basically they're going to be in the semi-final. Which, while we're at it, we may as well read off who is in the semi-final B that these guys are currently going to be racing with. Tony Seiler in first position, running a Genius, and Corentin Laville also running a Genius. Nathan Breno with an ST5, Silvio Bomichin with an RS5, Sander Visser with a Genius, Robert Boss with, who knows? Oh no, this is Formula 1. This is Formula 1, sorry. So, the 8 has flipped over. It's Hazenberg, one of our bump-up racers. So, so the semi-final A for touring car. It's Hessel Roskam in the number 1, running Genius. Alessio Metzeyer running an RS5, Cedric Prevost and Marius Hetland running Mechatech, Marco Grigic running an RS5, Karsten Keller, don't know what he's running, and Adam Westholm running a Mechatech. So that's currently, that's your first 7 in the semi B, and the racers who will be joining them at the moment, if the flag were to drop with 2.5 minutes to go, is Martelli, Pajalin, and Harleman. Carson Keller, I'm told, is running an MCD. So those of you who are keeping score for your favorite brand Trump game edition. And so we're going to look for number 7 out there. Where is he at? Gonzalez. Nice thing about this class, as we've always said, is the numbers are nice and huge, so we can see what is happening. Gonzalez just coming to the end of the straight. He's got the number 6 of Hake. So this is a battle. It's for 4th, but it is a battle. Whoa, wow. Some great race. Oh, and flipping over, bicycle. Flipping over is Gonzalez as Hake making his way past. That was not a hack or a hit at all. That was just grip roll. Going too fast and turning a little bit too much. So now we're looking at the battle between the blue and white cars of 5 and 4. That's not really a battle. They're not battling for position, but Harleman in the lead car there. He's got Morone allowing him to unlap himself. It's like, okay, mate, if you want to drive that crazy and go up on 2 wheels in front of me, that's you go for it, man, because that is not a battle for position. So we got 1 minute left in this. Well, 50 seconds actually left. 45. Our flag man. What's the name of our flag man? Mr. Man, because his first name is Flag at the moment. He's out there, checker. So Martelli, Pajalin, and Harleman at the moment, if everything stays as it is, and it looks like it will be with 20 seconds left, it's going to be Italy, Finland, and the Netherlands taking top 3 spots in this one and bumping up into the semi-final. So that is it for this one. Next race is going to be starting in just a few minutes. We got the quarterfinal A just about to come out on track.
For the quarterfinal A, Frank Donovan.
All right, 3 minutes to go in warm-up. We got the quarterfinal A here in Groningen, Netherlands, at the Real 80 Model Car Club. And it is called... I'm working on it. I need to build up the Groningen. Groningen. Okay, there we go. All right. Just record that, and I'll just play that out every time. So, thank you to Hugo and Laszlo for helping me with the pronunciation of Groningen. There we go. See, I've got it now. Right. So yes, we're here for the large-scale touring car European Championships, brought to you by EFRA, RCTV, and Pulsar TV. So that is the warm-up. They have been called into the pit lane again, as we've seen already in the racing. They will be assembled in number order, and then a slow procession out onto the basically a formation lap, half a formation lap, onto the starting grid. Alright, they've been given the thumbs up, hand signals, and speaker announcements going out, and you can see the cars assembling. They are all out there, 1, 2, 3, all the way 10 cars in total. And once they're in position, they're not allowed to move forward or cross the line, otherwise they'll be called in for a stop and go penalty. Everyone looks good. They're being counted down and set off. They're off and away. Looks like avoidance of carnage in the first turn. That's good. Everyone on the black stuff. Oh, except for the car 4, unfortunately. So he's gone through the pit. I think we cut off a major amount of track, I think. Anyway, he's definitely in last place, unfortunately. He's out. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's your running order. It's Vender, Donovan, Berg, Rodewald, San Pietro, Boule, Mads Q, one of our bump-up racers, Broman, and Simon also. Tolinar's out early. So we got the 2 and the 3 battling for position. It's only 2 cars are going to be bumping up in the semifinal for this one. And that is Germany and Netherlands battling. So we'll be swapping cameras around the track, following the battle between the car 2 and 3 of Donovan and Berg. That is the dark, well, it's blue and black, but I'll just say the dark with the orange stripes, orange stripe on each side, and then he's got the bright green and red car. But the car 5, Sven Rodewald, itching to get in there as well, make it a 3-car battle for third, or for second. Only the top 3 cars going to be bumping up and joining. Let's see who's in very quickly in the semifinal A. Rick Vanderbilt, Genevieve Brugge, Marcus Feldman, B.A. Arnaldi, Folman, Undheim, and Dyson. Those are drivers that are already qualified directly into the semifinal A. As now we've got 2 groups of 2. Soon to be a big group of 4 to battle for the lead, and one of these drivers is not going to make it. At least one of these drivers isn't going to make it. Oop, 5. That's Rodewald nearly putting a dive move on the... Oh, and a massive crash from the 0 of Simon, one of our bump-ups. That was a big crash. His unfortunate Marshall having to run out in the middle of the track there. You can see him in the high-vis vest. Don't get in the way of this top 4 battle. And that's fine. No, so now he is already a lap down. And somewhere along the way, Donovan has made a huge mistake, giving Vender a massive gap. So now we've got a battle for third between the number 3, Vandenberg and Rodewald. Two bright yellow fronted cars. Green on the front, and then we have a yellow on the front. That's in the 5. 3 and 5 battling around. So Tolinar is rejoining. A very quick mechanic work in the pits, and frantic and shouting, I'm sure. It's never calm in Nitro racing pits. Well, sometimes it is. Just depends how much experience the racers have. I'm sure they have plenty of experience. But it is going to take a miracle for Tolinars to be able to bump up in this one. The battle between 3 and 5 of Vandenberg and Rodewald seems to have quieted down just a bit. Rodewald got an upside down number 9 car of Hampus Broman. It's a mechanic out there pretty quickly. Broman running a Haas replica scheme, which is pretty cool. So we've got the leaders 1 and 2 who were following around the track on the pull start system. They're coming up on the on Hampus to put him a lap down. Yeah, he's already a lap down, but another lap down. So he'll be aware. So that is Vender and Donovan. Italy and Germany leading away. Third place of Rodewald at the moment is car 5, so he's 2 or 3 seconds behind. So it looks like it's quieted down a bit. Got a second, 1.7 seconds between Vender and Donovan, or 2.4 actually. And then another 1.9 back to Rodewald. So fairly spread out now. And if you guys, as I've said, play it smart, they just want to keep their cars in position just to get into the semi-final. And from the semi-final is 4 drivers to bump up from each semi-final, because there's already 2 racers directly in there. That is Rapetti, Eduardo Rapetti and Dario Vaselli. You can catch the interviews with them on the EFRA Facebook page. I had a chat with them yesterday after they absorbed the news that they were directly into the finals. Of course, they do get a practice run after these quarterfinals. Their practice run will be up at 11:29. We won't have live commentary for that one, but they'll be the only 2 cars out on track, basically. So not a lot happening, but we are expecting rain roughly by, well, sometime during the 11 o'clock hour. We're hoping it doesn't come down during this final, because these guys probably haven't prepped for rain. Of course, whoever does bump up will have to do all the prep for rain again. On top of, because everyone in the semifinals, basically, they're all prepared for rain. So we're on the, going to be following the car 5 going around. Just coming around the final corner now, the very tight final corner, coming across the finish line. He's into the sweeper now and going down the main straight. Sven Rodewald from Germany. He's trying to maintain position. And who's the next car behind him is Olivier Sempietro is actually the next car behind. So if Olivier can catch up to Sven, Sven's going to have some issues. The car 2 of Donovan is out at the start of the straight. He's crashed. So now that, and there's another car. What car is that? Car 9 of Hampus Broman again. So it's okay. It doesn't matter for the top runners. But what does that do for Donovan? That drops him down to 5th. So now we've got Vender, Rodewald, San Pietro now is in the bump up spot. So the white and aqua teal colored car, Alfa Romeo, he doesn't have to put any pressure on Rodewald now. He can if he wants. He'll just if it finishes as it is like this, he'll be in the final bump up position. So I think that's the number 9 again of Hampus out in the grass. This unfortunate mechanic has to run across racing traffic and hope that another car doesn't make the exact same flippity floppity move. You don't want to be avoiding a tumbling 12 kilo car coming at you at 40 miles an hour. So Donovan trying to make his way back up into the bump up positions. He's battling with basically everyone that isn't bumping up at the moment. He's actually got the number 1 car, Vender, ahead of him on track. Everyone behind him, let's see, is number 3 is the only one who's possibly going to threaten him. He's a couple of cars back. But anyway, we are with the number 5 of Rodewald, who's pulling away from San Pietro. So San Pietro, who's the next car behind? It's car 7 is a few seconds behind him. So no threat, basically, to the 2nd and 3rd place cars at the moment. Vender, Rodewald, and San Pietro. Bullet is the car 7. Donovan in the 5th position. Still a fast driver in this race, so can always be a threat. There's 5 minutes left in this one. So we'll look for the car 6. He's just at the end of the straight, coming around the hairpin. It's that white and teal colored Alfa Romeo car coming down the pit straight now and into the big S. Down the main straight. He's got the number 8 and the 3 behind him. But they are not going to be, they're not battling for position. They're, are they on the, yeah, they are. No, they're 1 lap down. Sorry about that. Just trying to just decipher the numbers. Yeah. Oh, and who's that? Oh, the 10 again. Simon, one of our bump ups, taking the big crash move. Unfortunately, these the car tires have no effect on no grip on the grass. So the 6 is they've allowed Donovan to get through. It's clearly quick. And just a bit quicker than these guys who are in 2nd and 3rd position, but Donovan a couple laps down from everybody. If there were more time left in the race, they probably wouldn't let him go. Ooh, number 3, Vandenberg, getting a bit wild there coming onto the straight. 1, 5, and 6. Then 7, 8, and 2 is our running order. It's Vender, Rodewald, San Pietro, Bullet, Cooey, and Donovan. So the next cars out on track after this run is our timed Formula 1 practice. And that will be kicking off at about 11:15. So 11:14 roughly. Got 2.25 minutes left in this race. Which is the quarterfinal A. At the moment, bumping up Ambrosio Vender, Sven Rodewald, and Olivier Sampietro. It's quite spread out between them. They're just maintaining position, make sure that they get into the semifinal A, semifinal A, where again they're going to be racing with Rick Vanderbilt, Giovanni Verbrugge, Marcus Feldman, B.A. Arnaldi, Patrick Follman, Sindre Undheim, and Dennis Tyson. And only 4 of those racers are going to be bumping up into the main final, which is going to kick off at the moment at just after 4 p.m. today. That's Central European time. Don't forget, if you're more into electric buggy or you want to see what's happening in the four-wheel drive electric buggy European Championships, you can check that out on RC Racing TV, YouTube, and Facebook, and EFRA as well. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we've got a battle slowly heating up, but there's less than a minute to go, so between the 6 and the 7, just coming across the start-finish line now. That's the white and teal car of 6 is Sampietro, his final bump-up spot. But wanting to take it off him is Samuel Bolle from France. Behind them is the number 1 car of Vender, who does not want to get involved with that because if he goes off track, he may lose his bump-up spot entirely and just promote everybody up a spot. Oh, and there goes number 7. That's Bolle out on the last lap. He's not out. He's still running. Just a very slow flip. And what's his name again? William is out there waving the flag. And there we are. Checker flag waving. As Donovan is the first to get caught. Rodewald now solidifies his 2nd place. Sampietro solidifies his 3rd. And Vender wrapping it up for our racers, bumping up into the semifinal. So that is it for the quarterfinals. We're going to have the timed practice Formula 1 for 10 minutes. And they've got a little bit of time to go. So it's just going to be the 2 cars of Sebastian Merno and Saverio Rosignoli. As we saw yesterday, them both running very, very close pace indeed. So it's actually going to be a really good final race for them. They are directly into the final, so they get 10 minutes to race, to warm up and practice just for them. And the same exact thing happens again at 11:29 roughly for Edoardo Rapetti and Dario Vaselli. They've also qualified directly into the main final, so they get 10 minutes of just those cars on track. And of course, the trick is we're expecting rain and quite a bit of it. So are they going to practice on rain setups on a dry track? What would be, I don't know. So I'll be out there and just check with them. And then we have a lunch break from 11:40 to 12:40. So the semi-final B will start at 12:45. That's the next time I will be on the mic. And that will be a 25-minute race. So the semi-final B, then the semi-final A, both of them 25 minutes. And then the semi-final B and A for touring car. They are starting at 1:49. I don't think if it does rain, we're just going to go straight through. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just making sure because yesterday we had a bit of a rain break, but okay. So these are still provisional timetables. So even the ones that were printed this morning still say provisional, but this is what we're working on. So we're looking to be back on air for the semifinals, 4 semifinals in a row, starting at about 12:45. Might be a bit of a rain delay, but you'll see that on screen, and we'll know when the water starts coming down. Until then, this has been Frank McKinney for RC Racing TV, EFRA, brought to you with pictures brought to you by Polestar TV, live here from Groningen, Netherlands, at the Real 80 Model Car Racing Club.
lige så meget til det skulle oplag til nogen. Det var sådan lidt til nogen.
Det er sgu nok, ja. Ja, der står også af.
Forward to start. Start breakfast.
Jeg tror bare, at de
Two
kører ud.
return.
Ting ikke i forhold til
Breakfast
ringen.
is over.
Ting vi ikke. De kan meget ret godt af med en ring.
Eduardo, Manuel, President of the World.
Der er kun 2 i. Det var dem før. Så vil jeg også gerne køre ud fra.
3 minutes to drive.
così direttamente non hanno guarda, io mi dispiace quello che è accaduto perché noi conosciamo l'ascolto, siamo in quarto, però purtroppo noi non si poteva fare a questo è una cosa di una batteria che ha fatto una batteria guarda, tutto 2.0 proprio 2.0 stanotte non ho neanche chiamato la rossa, mi sono messa per si sente, io alle 3:15 stanotte, ieri notte alle 2:00 stanotte alle 3:15 quando si scappa e se non scappa fino alle 6 quasi non si negozi di fumo come ci si vede le tabaccherie, guarda, questa è
be open in 4 minutes. And as it is now, I declare it ready.
Alright, we are back and we are ready and we are waiting for the semi-final B for Formula 1 here in Groningen, Netherlands to kick off. Just a couple minutes of warm-up remaining before they're called into the pits. So, yeah, we are just getting ourselves situated. So getting some video and some photos. Frantic tire changes happening in the pits as the drivers are going out on dry tires and just testing things out. Everything prepped for rain. There's covers over air intakes, rain tires on, tire warmers coming off. Well, they've been off because they've been out on track, obviously. But yeah, so we are ready to go. So just running through the names of the drivers in this one. Semi-final B, 8 drivers. Tony Seiler running a Genius. Corentin Leville, also a Genius. Both of those drivers from France. Nathan Breno, also from France, running an ST5. Silvio Bonmission from Germany, running an RS5. Sander Visser running a Genius, as is Robert Boss, and they are both from the Netherlands. Claudio Alberti running a CSO2, he's from Italy. And Laurie Jenkins from the UK, running a Berganzoni F1. I'm pretty sure Laurie's in the Leighton House Tiffany green color. I'm very sure about that, actually. So the pit lane has been opened. They're out on their formation. Formation half lap. And yeah. So, drivers on their marks. Oh, we have the car number 7 is stuck in the grass. Car number 5 is nowhere. Where's car 5 is not showing up. That is Visser. They're counted down. Not by a computer, but by Hugo, the timekeeper. And he decides when they go, just like Formula 1. It's not counted down by computer. So it's 1, 2, and 4 out. And 6 swapping ends. And number 4 doing the same and taking the car 2 of Breno with him. So car 3 has gone into the pits for their stop and go for an engine change earlier in the week. Once qualifying starts, you're not allowed to, I think, is it qualifying or practice? So you're only allowed to run one engine, one chassis, and one body shell all week long. And because they changed an engine, they have to do a stop and go penalty during their first during their first final, basically. So it really matters if you just decide to change an engine. So it's no light decision to be made. So after a couple laps, Tony Seiler, Silvio Bonmission, Corentin Leville, Nathan Breno, Robert Boss, Laurie Jenkins, Sander Visser, and Claudio Alberti not starting just yet. So let's spot their car 1 in that BWT colors. So the BWT car going down the straight. That's the Alpine, actually, I should say. Coming around to put a lap on the number 2, I think it is. Yes, so Leville already getting lapped. Car 9 stuck in the grass again. Now, if you look very, very closely, we'll have photos on the EFRA Facebook page of the rain preparation that these drivers have done. Pretty much all of them are running very deeply treaded, very high tread block rain tires, which raise the ride height of the cars to provide more pitch in the turns. And they're also running more open diffs or completely open diffs. So that means that if you spin these being rear-wheel drive cars, if you pick one up and turn one of the rear wheels, just spin it, the opposite wheel will spin very, very freely. That just allows more grip in these very, very scarily low traction conditions. Of course, there are rubber lines laid down during the dry sessions, but those won't matter now. This is where you start doing what racers like to call the karting line, and go very, very wide and come out, basically not take what seems to be the best line to take in dry conditions. Obviously, this being Holland, Max Verstappen is very. You watch his type of driving when it's wet. He does very much the same thing. Seiler and Bomission, who's the car 4, is just spun around. So I think they are on the same lap, but Bomission obviously lagging behind by 3 seconds. And Breno further 1.8 seconds in the car 3, if I can spot him. I think he's missing car 3. Oh no, he's there. In the white Red Bull scheme. So just running through, we've got an Alpine with BWT sponsorship on it. We have a white Red Bull. It's the David Coulthard retirement livery. And then we have I'm pretty sure it's meant to be a Toyota replica. And then we have a Leighton House. That's the Tiffany green car. Yeah. No. Well, I mean, it was, but no. It's an old car, but yeah, it's that Tiffany green, sort of seafoam green. If you're into cycling, it's a Bianchi bicycle colors. It's sort of like a copper verdigris, like copper stained sort of green, basically. And what's the other one? That's sort of the blue and yellow is kind of a classic Alonso sort of Renault color. And the only one that's out there, it probably is some sort of replica paint scheme, but it's the number 4 of Silvio Bomission is the only one not running a replica old school Formula One scheme. He does have Audi branding on the side of it though, so must be an Audi fan. Looking forward to what team are they taking on? I can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, we've got Tony Seiler and Nathan Breno, Silvio Bomission. Those are the only drivers that are on the same lap at the moment. Waiting for Silvio to come across. Yes, Silvio's on the same lap. Where is about a lap, many seconds behind Tony. Oh, Tony getting caught up in another driver's misfortunes. And now we have first and second all together. Well, both of them together, coming down the pit straight. So, Tony trying to avoid the car 9. That's not even car 9. He's got the wrong numbers on. Is that car 6? I'm just misreading it. Yeah, it's 6. Okay. So, Tony trying to avoid Robert Boss, who spun out ahead of him just now. I mean, a lap ago. And then that allowed Nathan Breno to get past him. Both of these drivers Dutch. And both of these drivers, I'm sure, very familiar with this track and racing in the wet. Oh, sorry, they're not Dutch, they're French. My bad. So passing the Leighton House on the infield, and it's Nathan Breno who's got a very wonky nose on that Red Bull replica scheme. So this race is 25 minutes in total. There's 17 and a half minutes left. As Tony trying to put the power down, braking later and later each time. So he's risking it for a biscuit, as the English would say. Just running less than a second behind. So if we did have DRS, he'd be within the DRS zone, but we don't. That'd probably be up to our race director Hugo to decide when timekeeping. But you would pick maybe when DRS would be allowed. Work on that, Laszlo. We've got somewhere. We've got word that the Le Mans style light system for leaders, like light up numbers, is an actual thing in RC now. So next we need DRS. The number 8 Leighton House color scheme of Laurie Jenkins. The poor marshal, tired of running across now. Oh, the car's stopped as well. So coming back. So we see many Coke bottles, or drink bottles, I should say. There's all sorts of drinks being used and consumed here, but plastic drink bottles being used to deflect water, but allow air to cool the engine or get into the engine. You can see it on some of the outsides of these cars because they do have the air intakes over the scale driver helmets that are on there. The number 6 car is the one that has you can actually see the Coke bottle sticking out. Number 6 of Robert Boss. Laurie Jenkins pulled off in the pits at the moment, so I'm sure their mechanic is working on it. Meanwhile, we've had a pass for position yet again from Breno, taking the lead over Seiler. Formation still in 4th. Cornton LaVille in the final bump-up position. Remember, these are the semifinals, so getting into the main final means you just have to finish in the top 4, and then the order is decided on the total speed. And there goes Seiler getting past Breno. Breno spinning, just going down the main straight, or pit straight. So these guys getting more and more confident, at least the top 2 or 3 guys getting more and more confident in the wet. Oh, and Seiler goes off. Breno goes off at the end, but he's still able to keep it going. It's very, very critical. These tires, the rain tires, actually do have grip and treads on them. So they're not slicks like the normal racing tires that these guys are using. So as long as you can keep it rolling forward, you keep the momentum going, you can get out of the grass if you're lucky. So obviously Nathan Breno counting his chickens there. He's got that wonky nose, but it doesn't seem to be affecting too much. He must have hit into something. Obviously not unexpected here in the wet. And the number 9 is off the track. No, number 2 is off the track again. It's Cornton LaVille in our final bump-up position. So it's Robert Boss in the 6. Where's he at? He might be able to come by and get past here. The blue car coming past the stricken number 6. Is he able to do it? Oh, no, it's a stricken number 2. So is he? Oh, now Robert spins himself, and he's just fishtailing it. So he could have. Oh no, he's 2 laps down. So he would have made a lap back. But at the moment, it's Tony Seiler, Breno, Tony Seiler from the Netherlands, Nathan Breno from the Netherlands, and both running a Genius. Silvio Bomischen from Germany running a. Sorry? Oh, yes, sorry. You know what? See, look, the colors are exactly the same, but I was holding my head like this, so that's why the flags confuse me. Which one? There might actually be an FG out there. Oh yes. You don't have to tell me it's old. If it's an FG. Yeah, so while we're approaching the midway point of this, is that a replica scheme? Ah, okay. Not mocha as in coffee. Ah, okay. Mocha for speed. But what replica scheme is that? Is that a replica at all, or just? I mean, it looks great. It looks cool, but yeah, it's not a replica team or anything like that. Because we have Toyota, we have Alpine. Yeah, I know, but I mean the scheme, the colors. That's all. Yeah. Formula 1.5 instead of Formula 1, 2, 3. So there's more rain coming down now. There's more rain coming down. We're expecting it basically to not really let up all day. So 10.5 minutes left in this one. Top four to bump up into the main final, and that will be coming on at about 4 p.m. today, Central European time. So after this race, we're going to have the semifinal A, and I'm sure that the drivers in that race aren't going to bother going out on dry tires to begin with. The number one car, Tony Seiler, he was actually he did go out on slicks, or maybe just like mild treaded. I don't know if there's an intermediate. I know there's intermediate rubber, but I don't think there's an intermediate rain tire. There's just rain and slick. And the rain is basically what you see. Ooh, there goes Seiler and Breno getting together again. And then we've got Silvio. They're all top three are all together now. So we just need the number 2 of Corrington LaVille. And so we're following car 4. He's actually a lap down, but he's in the middle of these two guys. He's a lap down from Nathan and Silvio, but should be able to give us a little show here. Because the Formula field is so small, the field spread is really wide. Usually there's going to be 1 or 2 really fast guys, as you can see in this race. Two drivers on 37 laps. And then we've got 2 drivers who've unfortunately had to pull off, or actually didn't get started, and another who is not going to be finishing the race. So, and then to start with an 8-car field already, so there's quite a big spread of results that we're going to see in this one. Nathan Breno on 39 laps has just crossed. Tony Seiler just coming across now for 39. Robert Boss is our final runner, so there's only 5 cars out on track. So there is going to be quite a spread of total lap times, really. And Sebastian Marino is pitting for Tony Seiler. So Tony went out on dries did one lap and came in and said, "Nope, put the wets on." So two-man pit team down there manually unscrewing the wheel nuts and swapping them over for wets. So Breno now he's a couple seconds now behind, ahead of Seiler. So what the time gap is now, it's 6.2 seconds. Ooh, and that was Silvio going off, but able to keep it going down the straight. So it's all fine to test your luck as the rain's coming down, and we got a stricken number 6 again. So unfortunately, that means that's another off for Robert Boss. So out of the 5 drivers that are still running, he's almost certainly going to be the one who doesn't make it out of the semi-final here. So 6.5 minutes remaining. We've got the large-scale Formula 1 semi-final A next, which is going to feature Carlos Carol Fabregas from Spain running a Genius, Guillaume Lubier from France running an RS5, Bernd Kroner from Germany running a Genius, Joan Carol Fabregas running from Spain running a Genius, Sven Grossman from Switzerland running an RS5, Maurizio Borsoni running from Italy running a Berganzoni, which is what I found out the GB solution is. We're very, very sure it's a Berganzoni because Mr. Berganzoni himself is actually here. Andreas Muller from Switzerland running an RS5, as is Thibaut Bourdais from France. And those are the 8 racers that are in the semi-final A. And just like in the semi-final B, there's going to be the fastest 4 racers to move up into the main final, which is going to kick off at 3:30 Central European Time today. So Breno, Seiler, Beaumission, and Laville, and Boss is our running order at the moment. 5 minutes remaining. And Robert Boss again giving his mechanical workout. So the 2 and the 1 crossing the finish line. Just checking, can Laszlo, can this pick up go through the same? I mean, hopefully you know him. We've got a number 4 is towing the number 3 around. That's unlucky. Maybe that's how the Red Bull got its nose out of line and it's dead. The Breno machine getting restarted at the hairpin. Five runners out on track. Only the top 4 to break out of this and get into the main final. Tony, Nathan, Silvio, and Corentin, drivers to bump up. Less than 3 minutes left in this one. Breno looking to put another lap down on Silvio, who's just gone into the grass at the far end of the track. Tony coming across. He's taking the lead off of Nathan. That was when Nathan was getting towed around by Silvio. Oh, Silvio, Tony, sorry, getting sideways, spinning into the grass as, well, I don't, oh no, Nathan was a few seconds behind, got the white cars mixed up. Sebastian Marino, our TQ racer in this category, running out as he's marshalling for Tony. That's Nathan getting past Silvio again, putting another lap down on him. Top two racers predicted to get 58 laps in this one, with 53 for Silvio and 52 for Quarantine. Renault currently just over 5 seconds behind Tony out on track. This car is splashing through the puddles, which is why they've got the rain protection on. Don't want to get that water in your engine or electronics. So even though the servos and the electronics are waterproof, they're still inside protected boxes and then sealed with rubber plastic spray, and then sealed again with grease maybe, and sealed again, and then protected by splash guards. You don't want to have your race ended by just a single speck of water getting inside your electronics anywhere. And there's William, our flagman. He's out waiting for the hand signal. So Quarantine, is he's not come across? Or no, sorry, they're starting their final laps now. So Quarantine is going to be the first one to finish on time. And then it will be Robert Boss with the Coke bottle Renault. And then there's Silvio and Tony. And then finally Nathan to finish the run. So that is it. 25 minutes of semi-final B Formula One. Okay, we've got less than 3 minutes before the start of this one. This is the 1/2 or semi-final A here in Groningen, Netherlands. Groningen. He said what? Yes, so we're here. The 2023 European Championships for large-scale touring car and Formula One, which is what is on the track now. So in this one, we've got Carlos Carol Fabregas, Guillaume Lubier, Bernd Kronert, Joan Carol Fabregas, Sven Grossman, Maurizio Borsoni, Andreas Muller, and Thibaut Bourdais. This is a 25-minute race. Cars, the last straggling cars called into the pits, lined up in number order, and now they go out for their formation on the grid. There's no marshals out there because these cars are very large and in the wet, very dangerous. So we have a Ferrari, a Red Bull, another Red Bull, a something, yellow and gray. We've got a white Red Bull, I think, another Red Bull, and a Braun. I think we have a car stuck in the grass somewhere, and maybe a dead Braun car at the very end of the... He's probably adjusting something on his radio, that car 5's, but... Whoops, stop. There we go. Okay, no one has advanced. Oh! No, it's alright.
7, 6, 5, 4.
And there we are. I think. So, 1, 2, and 3 out in number order. And then we've got, I think it's a 6 and a 7 coming across the line now. The 8 has made up several spots. And we have a car that's starting from the pits. So I think, I'm not sure how exactly it works, how they start from the pits. Is he allowed to go now? I don't see a car exiting the pits. No. Well, obviously, if he is going, he'd be allowed to set off. So the car 1 has gone off somewhere. He's a little too aggressive on the brakes, or maybe just a bad front brake setup. You can see the brakes locking the wheels. So he's lost loads of position from his pole position. So we've got the 2 and the 3 out there. So we have the number 2 is the car that we're following around the track at the moment. And again, it's the top 4 racers. We're going to get into the main final, which is going to kick off at 3:30 today, Central European Time. So, Guillaume Lubier from France, Bernd Kronert from Germany, Maurizio Borsoni from Italy, Andreas Muller from Switzerland. Those are currently the drivers that are going to be bumping up. Obviously that will change, but this is a 25-minute race, and anything, literally anything can happen. Carlos Carol Fabregas in the car 1 is presently in 5th position, Thibaut Bourdais in car 8, and then Joan Carol Fabregas in car 4, and Sven Grossman from Switzerland in car 5. That's your running order. the great thing is all the cars are actually out on track. So even our car 5 that was missing off the starting grid is out there, although now the computer's wondering where he is. So he's down a couple laps already from everybody. So most of these cars really just tiptoeing down the main straight. Rain is still coming down, maybe slightly more than it was in the last race, about 10-15 minutes ago. But very small drops at least. We did have a big downpour, and then it stopped, and then now it's turned into this sort of steady light rain. So Carlos Fabregas battling with Bernd in second place, but he's not actually, the car 1 is a full lap down, so Fabregas probably trying to get past him and make up some time. So the 2 and the 4. So we're going to stick with the pull start automated system is going to follow car 2 around the track. As he's going into the first turn off the main straight. Fabregas, well, Carlos Fabregas. I remember I had this trouble last time because both of the Fabregases were in the same final last year in Fiorano. So, and of course, they have 3 names. So Carlos is having lots of trouble with this wet. Putting a little bit too much power down and spinning it around, and then just braking way too hard. I think he's adjusted his braking, so he's not. Oh, yep, a little bit too much brake. Getting sideways going down the pit straight, and it's not a very long straight either. So the car 2 is coming up to put another lap on him. Guillaume. And car 6 is. Oh, we do have a battle for the lead going down the main straight now. It's not much of a battle at the moment because, as I was saying before, because of the size of the field in this one, even though we did have 8 cars running, we're now down to 6. The field spread is really, really wide, so we're going to have some very fast cars and a lot of slow cars. But probably only 1 or 2 fast cars that I would say. Carlos spins it around again. As the computer starts to and spins it around again just 10 meters later, so he's not having a good time with this. It might be the unaerodynamic drink cup that is the rain deflector for his air intake. I would have gone for the Coke bottle, to be honest, because it's got like points on it and it's sculpted, and that's just like a flat slab of plastic that's the main thing is it looks bad, so that's the main thing. I mean, these guys are running replica paint schemes, and he does. I give him this. He does have red duct tape holding it on, and it's a Ferrari bodysuit. I mean, you can't even see from halfway across the track. You can't even tell that tape is there, but you can see that Bernd Kroner is running a Coke bottle, and that is He's stealthily using the EFRA, the gigantic EFRA numbers, to as the securement system to hold the Coke bottle on. So with 18 and a half minutes left in this one, we've got Guillaume, Maurizio, Bernd, Thibaut, Carlos, Joan out on track at the moment. I hope they all stay out on track, and I hope that Andreas and Sven, who are currently not counting any laps, are able to get back out on track and help give us a bit of a show. So the 2 and the 6 out on track, in the lead, I should say. There's only a few seconds between them. So if Maurizio, who I do remember, he was also racing last year in this category, he's doing pretty well, to be honest. He's 4 seconds behind Guillaume. He started 6th and he's running 2nd. So, you know, in this kind of here we go. We might have a pass for the lead. We got Maurizio coming up on Guillaume, just at the final sharp corner, coming across the the finish line now. They are together. That's a battle for lead. Maurizio running the lone Bergonzoni car, and I'm sure if he wins this and gets in the main final, Signore Bergonzoni will be absolutely ecstatic. Because yes, the man himself is here. And I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to try and walk up to a white-haired Italian gentleman and try and speak any kind of Italian whatsoever to him, because it will just sound like gibberish. And they'll turn around to a younger person and say, talk to this guy, find out what he wants. Why is he bothering me? It's that exact thing. Oh, and there goes Guillaume. There goes Guillaume. That's a pass. That is a pass for the lead. So Maurizio taking it, and it will be official in the timing here. Crossing the finish line there, taking the lead. So yes, as I was saying in my I'm learning Italian embarrassment, that the exact situation that I described earlier happened to me with Signore Rapetti, Eduardo's father, when I was trying to find out where Eduardo was the other day. But meanwhile, more importantly, we've got a battle for the lead out on track. We've got the car 6 and the car 2 of Maurizio Borsoni from Italy and Guillaume Libier from France. Baron Kroner, let's find out where he's just crossed the finish line now, so he's about a half a lap behind these guys. They're all on the same lap at the moment, with 15 and a half minutes remaining. We're almost 10 minutes down. And Maurizio has to slow down massively for the other Ferrari car. But that's more smart driving, really, because it was the car 1 of Carlos just not feeling it on this wet racing surface. And now, even though Maurizio had to slow down quite a bit, he's pulling away. But wow, Guillaume definitely has the speed and confidence to catch him, but it doesn't happen on the straights all the time. Most passes are going to be happening in the corners. That's where the brave will be making their attempts to pass as they go past the car 4 of Joan Fabregas. He's got this, and he messes up the braking. Now he's on the grass. Unfortunate. Both number 2 marshals running out there. So now Guillaume is way behind Maurizio. And you may have noticed that the number 2 marshal's not touching the number 4 car of Joan. That's just, I don't think they're allowed to actually touch any other driver's cars. So even if you want to do a teammate a solid, you'll actually, I don't know who gets the penalty there, but someone will. Right, okay. So if the cars are stuck together, obviously, and both shut off, you're not allowed to touch the other driver's car. You can only touch your driver's car. Oh, we actually have a halo system out there protecting on the car 8. Andreas Muller's back out running. All right, we're up to 7. There's a halo system on the So Maurizio still out in the lead with this one. Now almost 11 seconds ahead of Guillaume because of that spin at the end of the main straight. Has he gone up? No, that's Carlos. Started first and has just not been having a good race at all. So Maurizio, Guillaume, Bernd, Thibaut, Carlos, Joan, and Andreas. Andreas, way down. So he'll need 3 cars to break for him to bump up into the main final for Formula One, which is going to kick off at 3:30 today, Central European time. It's going to be another 25-minute race. Oh, in the car 7 getting spun around. That's Andreas in the... Oh, it's not a Red Bull at all. It's a Alfa Romeo team. Ah, this is the gentleman I was talking with. This guy is so into his Alfa Romeos, he's wearing matching team wear from the Formula One team. So he's very into his... I hope he's got either a Stelvio or Giulia car, because those are beautiful. Really? Oh, that is cool. I mean, that's like really nerdy, but it's really cool. That. So apparently, Andreas from Switzerland, and I'm assuming Sven as well, who's not out there on the track. Just been told that the Swiss club racers in this category, they actually sit down and agree who is going to drive for what team in the following year. I assume, like, the team that everyone wants to drive is Red Bull, you know, because you know, they're the winning team at the moment. So, but yeah, so I'm very curious how it works now. Is it based off of points? Is it like a fantasy Formula One sort of thing? As Neo's out there, yeah, he's got wet knees, but he's all right. He's starting up Andreas' car once again. So 10.5 minutes remaining. Maurizio coming across to get his... Well, he's got 33 laps. He's about halfway through the lap. Guillaume just about to cross now. No, we're waiting for Guillaume. There he is. He's just crossed forward 33, and Maurizio is actually coming up to lap Guillaume. He's, yeah. So Maurizio, I would say, kind of running away with this one. He might be in with a shout to really put a challenge on Sebastian and was Saverio, was Ignali, or the drivers who qualified directly into the main final for Formula One. Less than 8 minutes left, or less than 9 minutes remaining. 16.25 minutes done, and we got spins. The rain is still coming down. You can see it in the puddles. If anything, very slightly heavier than it was about maybe 10 minutes ago. So just steady, light rain still remaining. And I must say, getting photos of these cars going around the track, kind of pretty cool, because you see the lines of the bubbles left in the tire tracks, and the water coming off of the car. the tires and even the edges of the body. You see some of the rapid rain protection that these guys have done. We've seen plastic pint glasses, plastic drink bottles, and plenty of duct tape or gaffer tape or whatever you want to call it. I mean, the coolest is Carlos's on the number 1 car, because it's red tape, but he does have the plastic pint glass, so that I think is more of a negative than the red tape is a positive. Seven minutes remaining. Maurizio projected to do 56 laps. I can't remember how many laps was done by the last group of racers. Oh, here we go. They did 58 laps. So these guys, if it finishes the way it is projected, they're going to end up with 3 less laps than the previous semi-final, which means they'll start behind, basically. Maurizio seems like he's at times he's able to build up his confidence and just get the car working a bit faster, but I don't think he's going to be able to make up 2 laps in 6 minutes. Oh, right, okay. Right, okay. So yeah, forget all that, the last minute or so. What I was saying, yeah. So if it was a dry track, the times would matter, but because it's wet, they are just literally just going to go on the best position that Maurizio can finish start the semi is in 3rd, and just by the fact that he's in the A side of the semi-final means that he was already faster than the drivers in the B. So I think it's hard. So Maurizio coming across to click off another lap number 44 on his way to 56, maybe. Puts another lap on the beswamped Carlos Carol Fabregas. 5 minutes remaining, the lady says. You know, I think the touring cars should have knobby tires and maybe do like rallycross, have like dirt lines on the grass. But you know, you put it like a gravel bit. You know, like all the Formula One circuits, most of them have a rallycross section. So it's part tarmac, part dirt, part grass. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, I thought you could raise money for the club, maybe, by fitting electroshock to the drivers. And then for €5, you get to shock somebody for half a second. And you'll see it on the track when they go, ah! That would raise so much money for any RC club. I'm putting that out there as a not for EFRA championship, so it can be anything. So 3 1/4 minutes left in this semi-final A. Maurizio, for the first time we see him, I think, make a mistake. He seems to be fine, and he's still holding his position. Guillaume is just come across. No, where's the car 2? He's still well ahead of Guillaume. He's actually about to put another lap on Guillaume. So car 10, one of those rare moments when car 10 is going to be with. No, sorry, it's driver number 10. Yeah, sorry. Car 6 is where Maurizio started. Oh, no. It's not bothering me. It's I just, yeah. It's, yeah. I can only get the flags wrong now. Because see, look, if there was a French, if there was a French racer, how similar are these? So I actually made a mistake some time ago doing emoji flags, and I had the wrong flag for some. I can't remember what it was, but you know, it's these are very, very confusing. Yes, Belgian and German. Yes, yeah. So, come on, countries, just put letters on your. Indian and Mexico is very Indian and Ireland, very yeah. Oh, number 4, what's happened to him? Just gone straight. Trying to get across for get another lap in as Joan Fabregas, as Baron crosses the line, and we've got Andreas Muller crossing, and there is Maurizio. Oh, getting Guillaume getting caught up with Andreas. So we've got William, our flagman, out there. William Flagman. So immediately after this race, we're going to have the semifinal B touring car. So we'll see, dare I say, a lot faster racers in this next one. Guillaume has finished. Oh no, last lap. So just 3 seconds left, 2 and 1, and checker flag is going to be out for all of the cars now. So that is official. Maurizio taking the win with 56 laps. Guillaume just about, no, that's Carlos. Guillaume just about to cross now the next red Ferrari. There we are. Guillaume finishing second on 55 laps. Bernd Kronert, 53, and Thibaut Bourdais is their final bump-up racer.
Results of the semifinal minutes to start.
All right, less than 3 minutes to go now to the formation lap for the semifinal B. So very rapidly, I'll read through the racers in this one. Hessel Roskam, former world champion from the Netherlands, running a Genius. Alessio Mazzeo from Italy, running RS5. Cedric Privot from France, running a Mecatech. Marius Hetland, his Palmares are way too long to list now, but current world champion and multi-European champion. Sorry, that's Marcus Feldman in the next one, sorry. Marius Hetland from Norway, definitely a future champion running a Mecatech. Marko Grigic from Croatia running a RS5. Carsten Keller from Germany running an MCD. Adam Westholm from Sweden running a Mecatech. Gianmarco Martelli from Italy running MCD. Sami Pajalin from Finland running Mecatech, as is Marco Harleman from the Netherlands. So yes, former world champions, former European champions in this one. And they are itching and raring to go. They're assembled in the pit lane, and they will be told to go out in number order on the grid for their formation lap. There's been no shortage of rain prep that has been happening for these guys. So we've got car 1, 2, 3. The car number 4 of Hetland is missing. Grigic 7 is just ahead of the starting line that they're supposed to be on. That's Adam Westholm. So they're off in number order, although Grigic getting ahead of Mazzeo already just before they cross the line. Westholm very rapidly from the 7th spot already up into 5th, and he's getting past. Wow, he's got his rain setup down. He's getting past the Cedric Privot in the car 3, and sliding. Who was that? It's a Privot. And we've got Grigic and Roskam battling hard for the lead. Top 4 racers getting into the main final. And we've got another, and who was that? Carsten Keller spinning, trying to get past Mazzeo. And Grigic powers past Roskam going down the straight. Is he able to stop it? Just about, and hold on to the lead. Westholm in 3rd, hassling Roskam. Oh, and there goes Grigic spinning off. Roskam will be smiling inside his scale helmet inside that Genius car, I'm sure. Oh, it's side by side, Prevost. Oh, now it's Westholm now in the lead. Westholm, Roskam, and Grigic. The Swede, Dutch, and Croatian racers. And we've got Prevost. No, it's Prevost ahead of Mazzeo now. Mazzeo having some trouble keeping everyone behind him. Top 4 racers advancing. Of course, this being the B final and a wet race, the best position. So basically, the first position car in this race is going to start 4th on the grid for the main final. So that's the best that they can hope for. Understand? Oh, LSTC. I just had a glance at the penalty list, and there's some funny penalties on there. Anyway, we've got a race on our hands. Who's out there? Westholm, the Swede, Roskam, and Grigic is our running order. Prevost in the 3, still in 4th. That's just gone off at the end of the straight. Roskam has just come up on the 6 of Karsten Keller. And he's trying to keep the car 8 behind him. That's Martelli. This is why I steal a couple every day from the hotel. You never know where they go. So Westholm. Oh, who's that off at the? Is that the car? That's not at the end of the straight. That's Alessio. Yeah, unfortunate. Went off at the end of the straight. His mechanic had to go retrieve him. That probably cost him at least half a lap. Meanwhile, Westholm has a full straightaway advantage on Roskam. Roskam, 2003 world champion, here with his family. Had a really nice interview with him and his father and his daughter and son. So his son, I told him, probably the fittest and quickest mechanic out there. Although I'm sure he leans on his father core quite a bit on mechanical knowledge and stuff. And he's got Grigic all over the back of him. And Grigic spins off again. Wow. Unfortunate. Who's that behind him? The car 6 is not a threat. The car 3, whereas Prevost is a few seconds behind, so Grigic is fine. So the main thing is that gives Roskam loads and loads of space. So he's got, and Roskam's in the grass, but he's able to keep it rolling, so he's lost some time now. The gap between him and Grigic has shortened considerably. But as long as these guys can keep it on the wet black stuff, they'll be okay. Let's see, where is our leader, Westholm? He's coming around the tight hairpin, going across the finish line now, just passing car 4 of Hetland. It doesn't look like he's going to be getting into the final at this rate. Grigic is there again, hassling Roskam, and he's just passed him, coming across the finish line as Alessio lets them pass. Alessio not happy with the rain conditions. Oh, and Roskam spins out at the end, and that forces Alessio to spin as well. Many of these drivers feeling that, well, it's just going to be a complete lottery of who gets through. But Dario, who is in not either of the semifinals, actually, he's, luckily for him, qualified straight in. Dario Vaselli agreed with me that potentially it's just a matter of pull the trigger, but very, very, very gently, and go. So that is Prevost on the back straight. Is he just been lapped by Westholm? I think so, yes. And he spun out. He's very, very quick, but his brakes are a little bit too much. I wonder if that's something that can be adjusted easily on his radio. He just keeps locking the brakes every time he touches them. And it's fascinating to watch in that car 3, but is certainly not the fastest way around. But he's still in 4th. And actually, that's a battle for a bump up. Is just at the end of the straight. That's Prevost and Hetland. Is there? Yeah, they're on the same lap. Yep, the 3 and the 4. We're on Prevost, one of the Frenchmen, many Frenchmen in this event, in the bright. Is that the? Yeah, that's the VR46 sort of inspired one. And then Hetland in the blue, white, and yellow. Who himself actually? Oh no, Karsten Keller is behind him, but he's a lap down. So Grigic spinning again. So he's, I think that's gonna, let's see where he crosses. So Prevost and Hetland, the gap is much wider now. Meanwhile, it looks like Grigic is properly ahead of Roskam. in second. So it's Westholm, Grigic, and Roskamp with Prevost, who's just past Maceo, and Hetland has just crossed the finish line now. So there's a few seconds between them now. They were a lot closer before, but the way this race goes when it's wet is rear-wheel drive, and with brakes on all four corners. If you have just a little bit too much front brake, or you just smash them too hard, you're going to go sliding, and you're not going to make the turn. As Grigic sails past Hetland. Hetland ran out of luck in the main final last year. Looks like he's going to run out of luck in this semi. Westholm, the Swede, going down the main straight now. In I was thinking it's the replica Mondeo touring car scheme from way back in the early 2000s, but it's actually the Swedish colors that he's got, so it makes it very easy to identify. Grigic in the 5, just coming around the hairpin now, and he is several seconds ahead of Hessel. He's 6 seconds ahead. Prevost a further 15 seconds behind him. So Grigic almost a full lap down to Westholm. Westholm is absolutely on a tear. So where did his wet driving skills come from? What's overall pretty awesome is that all 10 cars are out running. Although some of them may want to pull off. It's a 30-minute race, so anything can happen. So just a rundown of the brands in this one. We've got Genius, RS5, Mechatex, MCD, and MCD are the overall car makes that are in this one. Most of the body shells are Alphas, with a good number of Audis in there. You see one going to be, the Alpha's a little bit sharper nose, the Audi has a bit softer, blunter nose. And most of them running Abate engines, a few running JPF, and one running JPF Mocha. Cedric Prevost has gone missing from the. I said he was driving a bit wild. Maybe he was just way too wild. And Harleman is also missing in the car 10. So we've got, let's see. Grigic, Roskamp, and Hetland. I think Roskamp is just past Hetland. We're following the leading car of Adam Westholm with just about 19 laps remaining in this one. Westholm in that blue and yellow Swedish themed color car. Just passes Alessio once more. Alessio really not enjoying racing in the rain. Trying to spot Grigic. Grigic is just coming down the pit straight now. He's a few seconds on track behind Hetland. Behind Roskamp. And who's that stricken out on the side? It's Martelli in the sweeper. This mechanic running out there. I hope they have treaded waterproof shoes, these guys. And Roskamp now hung up. He's beached on a curb. So his son Tim rescuing him. That's how it works in a large-scale touring car. So So Roscam certainly won't be happy with that, but at the moment, he's doing okay. So who's dropped out is let's just cross. So Hetland in the 4th position, currently looking to bump up into the main final. Karsten Keller in the car 6. Let's see where he's out on track, and if he's about a full lap behind Hetland. So Hetland not really under any pressure. Hetland's just put a lap on him. So not a huge amount going on really. So Hetland's about to get lapped by Grigic. So 16 laps, 60 minutes and 45 seconds left. Adam Westholm, Marco Grigic, Hessel Roscam, Marius Hetland, and that's our bump-up positions at the moment, with Karsten Keller trying to chase down and get a lap back from Marius Hetland, who's just passed him a lap or two ago. And Grigic spins in front of us, so Hetland is able to get maybe his lap back. He'll still have to make up another whole lap out on the track unless Grigic makes more mistakes. So the rain still coming down, very, very steady. And Grigic spins again. Is this a developing problem for Grigic? Or his tires wearing down? Hessel Roscam right on his back bumper now, going down the main straight. We got the 5 and the 1 of Grigic and Roscam that's battling for 2nd place overall. I think there's a lap difference actually between them. So it's not as tight as I thought. But still, it's a battle. Yeah. It's a battle for honor. Yeah. Westholm way out in front. He's so far in front, actually. He's the next car behind behind Roscam once he passes Karsten Keller, who's many laps down. There he goes. And so now we've got 2nd, 3rd, and 1st. Well, now it's 2nd, 1st, and 3rd. We're in the same. As soon as you look away, the positions change, unfortunately, because it's just the nature of wet racing. Grigic spins again. So what could be happening there? He's there. Whoa! And he's gone off. He's gone off at the end of the straight. He's gone off full speed. That's Grigic. He's still, engine's still going. Mechanics picked him up. He's checking the tires. That's going to be a very. Oh no, he's gone straight off again. He's gone straight off again. That's water in his electronics, probably in his radio. The mechanic making sure he doesn't get in Roscam's way. So that is Grigic out. Adam Westholm. So that is the lottery in effect. So that promotes Karsten Keller by the end of this race, as Grigic tumbles down the order, unless they can get it fixed in the next 2 or 3 minutes. He's going to be out of the main final as Hetland spins, just crossing the finish line. So even the most well-prepared I believe he's former world champ, is what I had marked him down as. Yes, in 2019. So he's no slouch. Even the most well-prepared person can be taken out by the effects of water and wear and tear. So there we go. Carson Keller officially now in 4th place. He's regained all of his laps that Grigic had on him. Alessio promoted from 10th into 6th, and soon in a lap or two he's going to be promoted into 5th as well. So one more driver to have the worst of luck befall them, and it can all change. And of course, I don't think we're going to be having a dry track even at the end of the next semifinal. But you never know. We're pretty sure that once we're prepped for rain, we're going to be having rain. Alessio coming across the timing line now as Westholm goes past him. So Mazzeo now officially in 5th. And soon when Martelli crosses in the car 8, which is just about to happen, he'll drop Grigic down another spot. So tragically unfortunate for the former world champion. Is that Hetland out on the grass? Car 4. So is Roskam going to... Roskam is about to pass him. And the car 9 spins in front of Roskam, and now he's stuck. A fit young Marshall running across. These cars are heavy, and the ground is absolutely soaking now. So Hetland crossing now. He hasn't lost his position to Roskam, but another off like that, and he definitely will, because Roskam is about just a half a lap behind him now. So 10.5 minutes remaining in this one. Westholm, Roskam, Hetland, Keller, Mazzeo 3 laps behind Keller to try, 2 laps behind Keller to try and get into the main final, which is going to be live for touring cars. It's going to be live at just after 4 p.m. Central European Time. So less than 10 minutes. Car is still spinning. You'd think after 20 minutes of this, of course, after all the rain and the craziness of brake settings and water ingress and spinning when you go on throttle, we're going to have fuel issues potentially. But are we actually? Because they're not going to be on throttle as much. Yeah. Okay, I was just trying to inject some drama in, but okay, all right. When is declared a wet race? 100 less CC. So less than 9 minutes now. Order hasn't changed. Westholm 3 laps ahead of Roskam, who's 2 laps ahead of Hetland. Hetland on the same number of laps as Keller, and they are both 3 laps ahead of Mazzeo, who, if something should happen to any of those top 4 guys, Mazzeo is going to be right in there, and he's very, very close. He's about a lap ahead of Martelli. So it could be anything that goes on here. A lot of drivers saying it's a lottery. It's completely up to chance, but it's not that much up to chance because you have to do all the prep. And as we've seen, something could happen, like we saw to Grigic's car. We're pretty sure that's some sort of radio issue. So that's not chance. It is down to preparation and the luck of other people. Westholm, certainly the most confident looking car out there, in that blue and yellow, number 7. So this is the kind of thing that Dario and I believe Eduardo were saying yesterday in the interviews, which you can catch on the EFRA Facebook page. You see, these drivers now have, by the end of this race, they're going to have half an hour of experience driving in the wet conditions. And the only thing it comes down to is just bad luck or very slight bad preparation, very slightly worse preparation than someone else. So 6.5 minutes remaining. Westholm, Roskam, Hetland, Keller, that's our bump up drivers. Mazzeo still 3 laps behind Keller, but Mazzeo and Martelli almost on the same lap. Westholm just passing Roskam, and about to put another lap down on third place driver Marius Hetland. Coming around the hairpin onto the false starting grid in the middle of the track. Tight last corner across the finishing line in the Swedish colored Alpha. I think he's got tape on it to make it look like a Volvo. That's what I'm going to go with. Parliament number 10 has it crossed as he stopped as we've crossed over the 5-minute mark. So we do have another semi-final coming up. It's going to be just after this one, the semi-final A, the slightly faster group of semi-final racers, at least in qualifying. Of course, I don't think we had anything wet like this in qualifying yesterday, so it's all change. So Harleman back out on track. Four minutes remaining as you see Hetland spinning in the middle of the track. Car 6 is over there. He's still allowed. So in some cases, it's certainly a matter of just make it to the end. Oh, and there's Hetland. Oh, Hetland, problem, major problem, and he's lost his third position as Carson goes off the track because he was unsighted a bit, but now he's all right. But importantly, Mazzeo now passing Hetland on track. So in 3 minutes, is he going to be able to make up 2 laps? I think he is. So Maceo, who was actually the one who was telling me it's just a complete lottery, Maceo looks like he's going to benefit from 2 of the top racers with just bad luck. Okay, so Hetland doing a shakedown lap, but all he needs to do is maintain his position ahead of Maceo. So now, the final 2 minutes, it's come down to a battle for 4th. He is still a lap ahead? Okay. Oh no, he doesn't. The car does not sound happy. It's when you got the teenager's first car and just driving along the street, just giving it full beans, and it's just not going. There's Maceo passing him for position. So if this keeps happening for Marius, as Westholm is coming around to lap him again, Marius needs to be careful here, not getting in trouble with the referees. So Maceo already a third of a lap ahead of Marius. They're almost on the same lap, and then there's a minute and a half left. So it's come down to this for 4th position, which is the final bump up spot. So all Marius has to do is just keep it rolling and hope maybe that Alessio has a little spin. He just had a moment there. Also had a moment at the exact same time. Alessio getting passed by Westholm. Marius letting everybody get past. As our flagman, William, is now prepared. That means we've got less than a minute left. So where is to Marius a lap ahead, or half a lap ahead? If he passes him 4 track position before the flag waves, and there's 35 seconds left, that is going. And Maceo's just made a mistake in the sweeper. So we can hear Marius's car just, he's feather. Oh, and Maceo spins again. Let's Roskamp pass, which is completely fine, but he's lost another second or so. So we're on the last lap now. Hetland about to get the flag. Oh, and he finishes. That is it. He's in 4th. Westholm has finished. Carson Keller is finished in 3rd. Roskamp finishes in 2nd. So unfortunate. So tight on time for Alessio to catch Marius. But that is it. That's our final finishing positions. Westholm, Roskamp, Keller, and Hetland bump up into the main final.
1, 6, 4.
Alright, less than 3 minutes of warm-up remaining before the start of the semi-final A. Emotions are tense, I can tell you, down in the pit lane. Pretty much at least half the teams, if the car doesn't already have wet tires on it, half the teams are bringing wet tires into the pits with them. The driver doing a lap or two on whatever tires they installed in the paddock, and then swapping over. So pretty much everybody running wets, the thick tread blocks. So in this one, just very quickly, while they're organizing them in the pit lane, we've got Rick Vanderbilt from the Netherlands running Genius, Giovanni Verbrugge running from Belgium running a Mechatech. I believe he's got a stop-and-go penalty as well for changing his engine. European champion and current world champion Marcus Feldman from Germany running a Mechatech. B.A. Arnaldi from France running a Genius. Patrick Follman from Denmark running Mechatech, as is Sindre Undheim from Norway. Dennis Thiessen from Germany running MCD. Ambrosio Vender from Italy running a Mechatech. Sven Rodervald from Germany running NCD. And Olivier Sampietro running an S88R. What is that? His own car. What? Oh my gosh. Okay. Very cool. All right. Well, you know, if you're going to do it right. Do it yourself. Okay. That is our semifinal A running order. And they are out there in position now. Or 5, 6, 7, all out there. So that's good. They're all out there.
Okay, attention drivers, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Be set off by hand. There we go. Whoa! Arnaldi getting a great start straight into second. Amazing. What traction is he able to get off the line? Wow. So he's already up there hassling Rick Vanderbilt. These guys on the same team, both running Genius cars, pitting just a couple of meters from each other. I wonder how... Look at the speed he has got, the confidence that he has got to absolutely just rip it down the main straight. The rest of the group, from third, it's got 3 and 6, is Sondheim, and fourth, Undheim. So Arnaldi taking the lead, coming down the pit straight, going down the main straight now. Wow. What kind of confidence has he got? Look at this. And Verbrugge calling in, getting a notification of his stop and go that he's going to have to do. That is the car number 2. He's running last at the moment, so he's not feeling great already, and that's going to drop him further in the field and get him lapped as soon as he's gone into the pit now. Arnaldi set to come around, and he's already got such a gap on Vanderbilt. Wow. So Verbrugge is out. He hasn't been lapped yet, but he's going not very quickly. So he's about to be lapped by the number 4 car of Arnaldi. So we're going to be following this gaggle of cars coming through the infield down the main straight now, splashing through the puddles. Undheim from Norway making his way past the number 8 car of Ambrosio Vender. Next victim will be Marcus Feldman. Potentially, no, actually, the next victim was Olivier Sampietro, one of our bump-up racers. So Feldman in the car 3. Oh, just letting him pass there. Yeah, Sindre Undheim in third from sixth position, working his way through the slower traffic. But Feldman trying to give it a go here, get his position back. He knows it's important. Someone with his absolute wealth of knowledge is going to be well aware that you cannot count on just staying third or fourth. You need to get up there. Feldman now has Sampietro all over the back of him, and Sampietro makes a very clean pass on Feldman, getting through the hairpin and coming up on Verbrugge. Meanwhile, Undheim is... Undheim made a mistake. He's coming down the main straight now, just past to put a lap on Dennis Dyson. So we're looking at Feldman as he's making his way past Verbrugge, who had to do that stop-and-go penalty for changing his engine earlier in the event. One chassis, one body, and one engine is all you're allowed. If you have to make any changes, you have to do a stop-and-go. So Feldman trying to catch up to Sampietro. Sindre making a mistake and dropping down to fifth, or potentially lower. He was already in fifth. So that puts Feldman is in fourth. Let's see where Undheim is when he crosses the line just now. He's in seventh. So Arnaldi rocketing out front. Vanderbilt in the one is well, at least half a lap behind him. He's finding his confidence, but Arnaldi confident right from the sound of the horn. Vanderbilt coming through the big S through the sweeper, and he is 13.4 seconds behind, and the lap times about 7 seconds longer than they would be in the dry. 23 second lap, 23.9 for Arnaldi. That's probably the fastest that we've seen with anybody. Backs it up with another 23.9. No, he had a 23.5, backed it up with a 23.9. Vanderbilt just put his fastest lap of the race in, but he's still 15 seconds behind Arnaldi. These guys on pace for a 76 lap run and a 73 lap run, respectively. So let's see if we can spot our leader. He's coming around putting a lap on Feldman, who's in fourth. Arnaldi just going crazy. Big gaggle of cars coming through the hairpin now. Not sure who's in first there. I think the number 8 is the leading car of this group, but Undheim working his way through past the number 5 of Follman, who was looking so good earlier in today's finals. Also is at the car 0 of Sampietro, getting past Follman. So we're going to see if we can find car number 9 out there. Yep, just behind Undheim. Undheim pulling away from him. These guys are battling. This is a battle on track for 6th place. And as we saw in the last race, you never know what can happen. You can be running 6th and suddenly be promoted into 4th because 2 drivers drop out. Not out of choice, but yeah, it's the 5 and the 8 coming together. It's Vender and Follman. But this big clump of cars, Arnaldi about to come through it, and I'm sure he's going to be hoping that these racers listen to the referees. So he's already passed 2. one from spinning and one from a very wide line. So the running order with 22 minutes remaining: Arnaldi, Sampietro, Vanderpoel, and Feldman. When did I miss? I missed the zero car of Sampietro getting past Vanderpoel. This happened some time ago. And these guys, they know what they're doing. They know all they have to do is just be in the main final. So, just update on the rain. It's about as heavy as it was 20 or so minutes ago, but the rain's still coming down. It's very light. It's very light, but it's still steady. So I would say it's definitely lighter than before. So Arnaldi getting past Vender, and his next victim to put another lap on is Tyson. This Follman looks like he's pulled off. Vanderpoel just ahead of Feldman on track. I think that is actually a battle for third. So we've got, I think this is the battle for third here. We've got Vanderpoel and Feldman. They're on the same lap. So just coming around the hairpin. 1 and 3. Yep. Feldman, current world champion, and that's not the only world champion trophy that he's got. He's got at least one other, I believe. Oh, Feldman just made a mistake actually there. And then he's got, I think I counted 7 European titles in the touring car class. Definitely a legend in the field. So where is Feldman? He's fallen just too far behind Vanderpoel at the moment to put a serious challenge on. So we're going to look at car number 1 of Rick Vanderpoel. So we go from Mecatech to Genius. Genius, an Italian brand. Arnaldi absolutely just sailing through everybody that he's putting laps on. I mean, it's like he's just got super special tires and they're all on just drift tires or something like that. He's so quick. But Sampietro not that far behind. He is a lap down, but you would think. And Vanderpoel further lap behind, and Feldman. Feldman spins again as he's letting Arnaldi pass. So who is behind him that might challenge? He's the car 9, Sven Rodewald, but he's already rescued. So that may turn into something there. It's still several seconds apart, but Rodewald and Undheim, that's a battle for position for 5th. Just coming on the start of the straight. It's these two cars, they're actually together, the 9 and the 6. And who's that just gone off? That's car 2, is that? No, that's Verbrugge. Yeah. A racer who had to do a stop and go, but crossing the finish line just now, that is Rodewald and Undheim, the German and the Norwegian, both on the same lap, many laps down from our leader Arnaldi, but like I said, and I'll keep saying it because you never know what can happen in the rain. You just have to keep it on the track and just keep going around, just keep knocking off laps. And we've got, they both have the faster cars of Vanderpool and then Arnoldi to let by when they can, but is that Rodeval just made a mistake and let Undheim, now side by side, coming into the very tight final corner, and just touching, but it's just letting pass. Yeah, well, I mean, in the dry that would have been nothing, but in the wet that could mean they both spin off. So Arnoldi about to try and make his way through these two guys who are battling together. Of course, Arnoldi doesn't want to get caught up in anyone's mistakes, so he goes wide to give him some time to work this out between them before he barges through, and he nearly takes out Undheim. And look at the speed that Arnoldi's going to have. Look at the confidence on the brakes that he's got. Just goes, look at that. It's just amazing. Where did this come from? Ooh, and a slight lock up, but he just goes wide. He's fine. He's taking the karting line coming into and out of most of these corners. So he's found the grip, and he has the confidence. He's going to absolutely dominate this semifinal. But these two drivers, the 9 and the 6 that we're watching, they're going side by side. Oh, and a touch. Is the referee going to call anything? Undheim waits. Okay, very good driving. Very nice driving. These guys, one running MCD and the other running Mechatech. So they're not on the same team, for chassis anyway. They're not from the same country, but they will be very familiar with racing each other. Meanwhile, Vanderpool making his way past them both, and Verbrugge trying to make up time on everybody after his travails during this race. And these two guys battling, but yeah. And we're just at about the halfway mark with Arnoldi absolutely just ripping through everybody. San Pietro from the 10 spot, using his track knowledge from his from the quarterfinal. Let's just call it that, and not just blind luck or anything. But two Frenchmen out front, 4 and 0, of Arnoldi and San Pietro. When the Dutch racer Rick Vanderpool, German Marcus Feldman. Meanwhile, we're watching Rodeval, the German, and Undheim, the Norwegian, on the same lap. And actually, where's Vender? Vender's on the same lap as well. Oh no, he's way behind these guys. He's about half a lap behind these guys. So Rodeval and Undheim still almost locked together. Vanderpool just about getting past them. Just thinking I'm going to need a Coke after this, but the races are pretty exciting. I'm sure the finals are going to be absolutely intense. The rain does not look like it's letting up at all, so of course everyone now has a semifinal and in some cases a quarterfinal under their belt, except for the two drivers in each of the main finals who have bumped up. So Undheim getting collected with Vanderpool's mistake at the end of the main straight, so that gives Rodeval a huge break, and meanwhile Feldman has just been passed by all of them on track, so Feldman is now out of the bump up spots, so he's going to have to fight with, first he's going to have to catch Undheim and Rodeval and then battle past them. Oh no, Feldman is out. His mechanic picking up the car. He knows exactly what's happened, it looks like. These guys have headsets to talk back and forth to each other. So I'm sure his mechanic pulling off the headset. That is Feldman out. So there we go. I mean, that kind of underlines it really. The bad luck coming into it, taking Feldman, current world champ and many time European champion, is out of the main final. With 12 and a quarter minutes left, we've got Arnaldi, Sampietro, Vanderpoel, Roderwald, and Unheim. Now, this is a really serious battle now, because it is now a battle for fourth. If Unheim can catch Roderwald, this is now a very intense battle. And actually, Vanderpoel on the same lap, so it's he's just one lap ahead. It's at that point of the timing where he's like a half a lap ahead and you think, oh no, they're on the same lap. So anyway. Arnaldi about to put another lap down on Roderwald. Going down the main straight now. And then on the track is Vanderpoel, and then next behind him is Unheim. So Roderwald has one car between him and Unheim, but Vanderpoel is quicker than Unheim, so he's not going to get in anyone's way, except when Vanderpoel passes Roderwald, which should happen in the next couple of laps. As I said, rain's still coming down. Everyone on wet tires. No point having slicks out there. Super, super sticky and quite warm when they put them down, and then they do a burnout just to warm them up even further. Who's that spinning at the end? That's Verbrugge. So just about a straightaway distance between Roderwald and Unheim. Car 7 spins in front of them, slows down Vanderpoel. Is it going to slow? He does slow down Unheim, unfortunately. So Unheim loses just a tiny bit more space, but I think Roderwald made a little bit of a mistake at the end of the straight, potentially. They seem to be about the same distance apart, though. Was 2.5 seconds and is now 3.2. So yeah, it's a bigger mistake for Unheim. To be honest, I don't think it was a mistake for Roderwald ahead. Seems to be about the same distance now, so Unheim with clear track ahead of him, because Vanderpoel's not going to hold him up. Vanderpoel should be, maybe he's just holding position. Vanderpoel in a solid third. He's not threatened by either of the drivers ahead or behind him. They're a lap down. And if Unheim is able to pass them both, or catch up to Roderwald, then it's a battle for fourth. But at the moment, Roderwald seems to be in a pretty safe spot, but still 9 minutes left. Anything can happen, and Unheim spins it, just coming onto the main straight. It's Arnaldi, Sampietro, Vanderpoel, Roderwald, Unheim, Vender, Verbrugge, and Tyson. Marcus Feldman, unfortunately, out, as is Patrick Follman. Both these guys starting third and fifth, respectively. Big gaggle of cars in the middle. Nobody battling for position in that one. Sampietro coming up to put a lap on Vanderpoel. He looks like he has almost as much speed as Arnaldi going down the main straight, and just as much confidence, but just Arnaldi's just faster than everybody. Unheim now has so much space between him, so much space in many cars as well. So what's the gap between them now is 8.3 seconds. So that challenge has faded, unfortunately, to Roderwald. Roderwald looked like he's going to bump up. Arnaldi has the first mistake that we've seen. He's on the grass, and he's able to keep it rolling and get back out. What kind of luck is Arnaldi having in this race? Wow. So, is that his, maybe his tires going? Or is that brake fade? Who knows? Could be anything. And as we've seen with Feldman and Grigic and other drivers, there can always be some sort of effect from the water on your electronics, or even, as we've seen from Marcus Feldman himself, he had a ball of rubber get stuck in his carburetor. Vanderpoel fell victim to a tire marble that got stuck in his tire, which meant he couldn't brake on that one wheel. So anything can happen. Of course, marble's not likely to affect anyone today. Today it's water. Yesterday it was marbles. So as much as the drivers say it's a complete lottery, it's a lottery at any time, not just in the wet. It's just the bigger lottery with more of a chance of not winning. Arnaldi now 2 full laps ahead of San Pietro. Well, a lap and a half-ish. Vanderpoel stuck into third. Rodewald pretty safe from Undheim behind him. But if Rodewald has a bad lap or two, they can all come round for Undheim. Following Rodewald around as he's caught up to Vanderpoel, not for position, but just on track. You can see that Rodewald is running one of those inner body pieces that many of the drivers have fitted. It looks like it is an inner body. I'm pretty sure Arnaldi's running it as well. We have a mechanic walking back across the track. You can't see the numbers on the back of the mechanic vest, so I can't see who he was rescuing, because then we'd know who had some trouble. So we've got Vanderpoel. Arnaldi has just passed him actually, and then Rodewald. Oh no, we got Undheim, who's now caught up to almost caught up to Rodewald. Just a couple seconds apart now at the end of the straight, coming into the hairpin now, headed to the infield and about to cross the finish line. Car 8 is having some trouble. It's okay for these guys. Doesn't affect any of the top runners. It's a fender. But now he's holding up slightly, maybe, Rodewald. Undheim much closer to Rodewald now, but and Vender's not letting him pass. He's not making it easy for him. He really ought to be, but and Undheim taking the drift line through onto the pit straight. Vender really ought to be letting both of these cars go. No, he's just taking the karting line. He's not letting them go. Now it's a proper battle. So now this is where the referees maybe should be saying, okay, we have a battle behind you. You need to stop and pull over. Oh, and he hits the back of Vender. And now these cars are side by side, the 9 and 6. Rodewald in the lead at the moment. Vender still not pulling over. Got Rodewald, Undheim in the middle of Vender in front in the car 0 of San Pietro, who just wants to, it's like, let me just put another lap on you. in the middle of this battle while you're trying to get past lap traffic. So, of course, those guys playing it right, and now let's see if San Pietro gets into trouble trying to get past Vendor. But meanwhile, we're watching the 9, then the 6 of Rodewald and Undheim as they are literally nose to tail now, coming down the pit straight into the sweeper. Now Vendor still trying to get involved with this battle that he should not be getting involved with. Vendor holding up the second place car and the 4th and 5th place battle behind him. Meanwhile, Vanderpool, is he having some serious troubles? Now Vendor thinks he's Arnaldi here, trying to get past everybody. And now he's spun, and he's held up Rodewald, but Undheim is now past Rodewald. So that had already happened by the time Vendor spun out in front of Rodewald, but still, Rodewald spins again, trying to put too much power down. And now Vendor's trying to get past everybody, and it's not the first corner, man. Let's see who he's going to take out now this time. This really should not be happening. Vanderpool trying to figure out what's going on. And they're shouting, Oct, Oct. That's 8. So the mechanic and the drivers shouting at each other, but the referees, for whatever reason, not calling car 8. Car 7 in the grass. He's not affecting the top racers. So Vendor does have the speed to battle with these guys, but he is many laps down as we are coming across for the final laps. The checker flag is waving while all of this drama is happening. Arnaldi crossing to take the win with 76 laps. San Pietro with 75. Vanderpool is about to cross now with 72 laps to Undheim 71. That's Rodewald out, not making it into the main final. So we've got Arnaldi, San Pietro, Vanderpool, and Undheim. Arnaldi going to start from 3rd position. What is he going to do with that blaze of acceleration off the starting line? So we got a bit of a break now to the next main final, which is going to be Formula 1, starting at 3:30. It's a 25-minute final. And then at just after 4, we will have the main final for touring car kickoff, and that is a 30-minute race. And it looks like, dare I say it, the rain has stopped. So we'll see if the water completely all drains off, if the rain comes back. If it does dry off, what are the drivers going to do? The questions of how to set up the car, absolutely critical. So lots and lots happening. So just going to wait for the finals printouts to occur, and meanwhile going to pop down to the pits and paddock and see what else we can find out.
genius FR2 Evo model and an engine about 2 tons. Auch aus Deutschland Silvio Rumänien. Elektromobil, Modell LSTC und ein Engine Genua. Silvio, Rumänien. Und jetzt gehen wir nach España. Jawohl, jawohl, Robert Yes. Genius FR2 and then the engine and about. Jawohl. And last one from Jawohl, Corinthe La Ville. Also with the model Genius and the engine SPR. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, gentlemen. Ladies, gentlemen, success. Yeah, it's very open. Start right here.
All right, so we are just a few minutes away from the 2023 European Championship main final for Formula One large scale. And in this one, we have got Sebastian Marino, our top qualifier from France, Saverio Rosignoli, and directly also qualified directly into the main final, Maurizio Borsoni, winner of the A final, semifinal. Tony Seiler, winner of the quarterfinal, semifinal B. I'm just reading it off. It's okay. No, that's large scale. That's touring car. Touring car. That's okay. I'm just reading it off. Guillaume Lubiere in car 5, Nathan Breno in car 6, Bernd Kroner in car 7, Silvio Bomichin from car 8, and Carlos Carol Fabregas in car 9, and Corentin Laville in car 10. So we've got France, Italy, 1, 2, 3, 4 more Frenchmen, 2 Germans, and a Spanish racer in this one. So we have one Berganzoni car that is driven by Maurizio Borsoni. The rest are a mix of Mecatech and RS5, mostly Mecatech. But we'll confirm that in a few minutes. So they've been called into the pits. What's his touring car?
Not this is the police.
Yeah. So it will be very interesting to see what happens in this one if the track starts to dry out, which it seems to have already started, but there are going to be wet puddles in the curbs. Everyone is lined up, and it will start to get counted down.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Off and away, that is the horn sounded, and car 6 trying to make a really good start. Oh, 4 spins out. Marino, collecting Rosignoli. That's our 2 drivers straight in. Borsoni already, we know how good he is from the semifinal. He is very confident in the wet. Oh, and car 8, that's Silvio getting stuck, beached. I was going to say Formula 1 style, but you know, it is a Formula 1 car. Anyway, it's stuck on the wet grass. Oh, there goes Borsoni. Now there's Marino. There's your battle. Oh, and something's hanging off of Borsoni's car. I think it's just a sticker. He's trying to put the... It's the nose of his car is smashed up, but the wing is still functional. But now that nose, he's gone into the pits to get it fixed. So that's probably a good thing to do first thing if on the first second lap you've got aero damage on your car. Aero actually does work on these cars, and you can see on Borsoni's car that his front wing has an amazing amount of pitch on it. Meanwhile, Sebastian Marino, this isn't working. Sebastian Marino leading this one. Corentin Laville running second at the moment. Guillaume Labière, Carlos Fabregas, Baron Kroner, Maurizio Borsoni coming out in 6th after that pit stop. And then we've got Rosignoli, unfortunately, the second man on the grid, currently in 7th. Then we've got Nathan Breno, Tony Seiler, and Silvio Bomic, rounding out the 10 racers that are still going around. So Marino setting a very fast lap time of 24.6. Of course, that's in the wet. They were going a lot faster when it was fully dry. We may end up seeing a dry line start appearing on the racing line. So 25-minute run, and we're just 2 3/4 minutes into this one. So let's start and get our bearings. So we're looking for the Alpine number 1 of Marino coming down pit straight, and he's about to put another lap on a trio of red and black Ferraris, starting with the 0 of Laville, who's actually second. That's how far ahead Marino is already. And then 2 of Rosignoli, who's our second man, who just stopped out on track, and he's pounding on the podium. His mechanic needs to be running out there. That's what he was shouting for. Of course, he had very high hopes, I'm sure, qualifying directly into the main final. And to have his car stop out on track, who knows why, but I can guess water in the electronics could be a reason. We saw some very big names fall foul of that earlier. Well, we don't know exactly, but did try to find some of the racers who were affected. Of course, they not making themselves available. And we can hear Rosignoli back out in the pit lane running, but he is currently in 8th position, so he's got some work to do if he's going to try and make up lots of laps. in the next 21 or so minutes. Laville second, Breno third, Fabregas fourth. So we have the Ferrari problem of the usual white car painted issue that we have in touring car and on road quite often. We have 3 Ferraris out there, but they don't seem to be as. We've got the car 5 of Guillaume Lapierre. He's running in 5th, and then we have the 9 car running of Fabregas running in. Wait, he's running in 5th. Lapierre is now 4th, and then Silvio in the red and black Ferrari is running 9th. So at the moment, they're not troubling the podium spots, and we have one of them is actually out at the. Oh, it's Silvio again. Nightmare. So let's see where Sebastian has just lapped him once again. So that is not going to be a good memory for Silvio going home. It's going to be a long drive. So I hope his moral support team is ready and waiting. Meanwhile, Sebastian Marino, last year's winner, defending champion from Fiorano in Italy, is coming around the hairpin just now. He's putting another lap down on the 0 of Laville, who's second. So I dare say at the moment running away with it, but he's just lapped Borsoni, who came out in 6th, and I think Borsoni might actually be the one to watch because he's going to start working through the field. Once he catches some of these guys, let's see, the second, he's running 6th, so 9 and 5 are 2. He's on the same lap as 2 of our red Ferraris, so Borsoni in the yellow and gray car, number 3. He's going to be working his way through these guys, I think, pretty soon. Yeah, but Borsoni's on the same lap as 9 and 5, so that's the battle for 4th through 6th. That's 4th place that Marino is passing now. So that's 4th and 5th of the red cars, and Borsoni is on the same lap, and he's going to be catching them. Well, I think so. Car 3. Just coming around down the starting grid on the main straight into the first turn. He doesn't seem to be as confident as he was in the first race, but he's on the same. It's looking a bit ragged, yeah, with the duct tape on the side, kind of trailing off, but. These 2 are battling for 4th. The 2 red are going through the hairpin now. Car number 5 and 9. And I think, he's visibly close. He's a lot closer now, Borsoni. Yeah, we're starting to get a few dry patches, but there's still plenty of standing water, just the tiniest of puddles. And of course, so now we're going to have the 5 has just spun out going into the hairpin, and Borsoni is now right on him as they're going to be crossing the finish line to start their 18th lap, or 19th lap. So there we go, that's a pass for Borsoni, getting past Guillaume Lapierre. So his next victim is very likely and soon going to be the spinning number 9 of Fabregas. So now that puts Borsoni in 1 lap from 6th to 4th. Yeah, a 3. Car 3. Borsoni going down the main straight now. So let's see where LaVille is. Borsoni's a lap behind LaVille. LaVille is the white. No, he's number 10. He was white. Oh no, yeah, he's the mostly white Toyota-inspired scheme. So I think Borsoni. Okay, so car 9 of Fabregas trying to make it a battle with Borsoni as Marino's coming through to lap them both. I think for Borsoni, ooh, there goes Fabregas at the end of the main straight. Yeah, it's stranded now. But I'm pretty sure Borsoni wasn't on the podium last year, so I think it'll be pretty good if he can get on there. As they're both coming around to lap Rossignoli. And the Red Bulls crash into the Ferrari. He was trying to get back on track, and so it's cars have been retrieved now. So Borsoni, let's track. He's 6.9 seconds just now behind LaVille for third. So they are on the same lap, actually. Yes, LaVille and Borsoni. No, wait, no. It's one lap, and oh yeah, so it's okay. I was looking at LaVille's gap to Breno. But I think Borsoni is going to be able to catch him, pass him, and then by the end of 25 minutes, should be able to and collected. The car number 7 collects the 0 of LaVille, who we are kind of watching. So now Borsoni is very, very close to LaVille. Again, he's a full lap down, but if he can pass him, and then continue his pace. He had a very long pit stop to repair some aero damage to the nose of the car. So it's very much like Formula One, really. This Formula One skill racing. do some, you have some repair in the pit lane, and then just lay down some good laps and try to stay out of trouble. Although Borsoni has just spun, but he's still closer to LaVille than he was a couple of minutes ago. Oh, now he's on the grass. So now he's going to lose. He's going to be a full lap behind LaVille, I think. Maybe the leader, because by merit of him leading, we're going to follow Sebastian Marino again, the defending champion from last year. No slouch. So obviously very, very good in the dry and heat of Fiorano, and doing not too shabby in the wet here in Groningen, Netherlands. Groningen. So as he's coming up to pass Rossignoli, he's actually waiting a bit because he didn't want to just go full throttle, and so Marino coming around to trick off another lap. Let's see if we can find where's the car 4. So there's the 3, just about to cross the finish line. Car 4. No, sorry. Car 5 is there, just spinning himself. So that's a battle. So for Borsoni to catch Lobier once again. But it's a developing thing. So not quite there. Although, that is a battle between the 3 and the 9. Oh, and he gets sideways. Fabregas still running the plastic pint glass, and now Fabregas has spun off. But Borsoni clearly catching Guillaume, and I think, let's see where he's at now. 7.8 seconds. So we'll keep following that. 7.8 seconds behind. Yes, he is just visibly slower than the semifinal. Maybe his car is set up like only for rain, or he's got something dragging on his car or something. He definitely has some. The tape is coming off of both sides of the car now. As Rossignoli is also absolutely hating these wet conditions. Meanwhile, Marino putting another lap on third place racer Corentin Leville. So running order at the moment, 4 Frenchmen all in a row. Sebastian Marino, Nathan Breno, Corentin Leville, and Guillaume Lobier. That's your top 4. 5th place and trying to get back into podium contention is Maurizio Borsoni from Italy. Carlos Carol Fabregas from Spain running 6th. Bernd Kroner from Germany running in 7th. Saverio Rossignoli qualified directly into the final, and he's once again in the grass. Absolutely hating these conditions. Of course, they did have the top 2. Oh, and he's broken. He's actually broken. Front left is hanging off. His mechanic has stopped the engine, and that may put an end to his run, although it can get repaired. But Rossignoli running 8th after starting 2nd. He may just feel that demoralized that he just pulls it off completely. But we'll see. We'd like to have him come out and ideally have all 10 cars running in the main final here at the Real 80 Model Car Racing Club in the Netherlands. And Borsoni spinning out as he's about to get caught by Fabregas. He should be trying to get to Lubier and not fall into the clutches of Fabregas. I'm sure he's doing his best. It looks like Fabregas is actually pulling away. Well, he definitely is. He's certainly further away than he was. So, at the moment, kind of a shame for Borsoni, but Sebastian Marino absolutely loving it. 2 laps ahead of Nathan Breno, fellow countryman. And Corentin Leville, another 2 laps behind Breno. Not sure what happened with Silvio Bomichin, but he unfortunately just didn't even finish his first lap, and we definitely have some gray spots appearing on the black wet tarmac. And it's not even in the racing lines. These are just high spots of the tarmac where the water is drained off pretty much completely. So what are the touring car drivers going to do? All the guys who just went through the semifinals had wet setups, and now it looks like we're faced with possibly a drying track. Dario Vasselli qualifying straight into the main final. He didn't run the semis and didn't try any wet running in the practice. Eduardo Rapetti was able to get about 2, maybe a minute and a half or maybe 2 minutes of wet practice time with the rain tires during the finals practice, because they qualified directly into the final. They didn't have to go through the semifinals, so they had 10 minutes on their own. and the gray dry spots are drying ever so slowly, but they are getting just a tiny bit bigger with every passing minute. Meanwhile, 5.5 minutes left in this main final. Fuel is very, very unlikely to be any sort of issue because the weather is nice and cool, and with the track being wet, the lap times are much, much slower, so they're basically on the throttle for much less. So we shouldn't have any fuel issues where drivers suddenly start dropping out, but this is about the point of the race where it does tend to start happening. 5 minutes left now. 5 minutes. So running order: Marino, Breno, Laville. That's your top three podium spots at the moment. Then it's Lubier, Borsoni, Fabregas, Kroner, Rosignoli. Looks like he is back out in the car too. Is he? I think so. Yes. Just going in front of us and getting passed once again by Sebastian Marino. And then Tony Seiler has had to pull off, and Silvio Bomission was able to finish the first lap. Marino on his 51st lap as a bit of tape I thought Borsoni's car was rolling backwards and he wasn't doing anything with steering. I think he's just frustrated now. 14.8 seconds behind Lubier, and even if he is able to catch him in the next 3.5 minutes, he still won't be on the podium because he's Lubier's 2 laps behind Laville. Marino, Breno, Laville. It's going to be an all-French podium, it looks like. Le Marseillais going to be playing for these guys, at least in their head. I hope the... So let's get our bearings and see where everybody is. We got Marino going down the straight, catching up to Carlos Fabregas, and then Rosignoli ahead of him. The 3 Ferraris still running, let's be fair. And Borsoni has stranded on the grasses. Mechanic in that number 3 vest out there again to collect him as Marino goes past once again. So it's going to be, I'm sure the touring car racers are watching this race. They probably already made up their minds and decided on their strategy. Yeah. So Marino 1.5 seconds from defending his 2022 championship run. One minute now. Marino, Breno, Laville is our current podium positions, and it looks like it's going to stay that way. 57 laps for Marino. 56 for Breno, 51 for Corrington. And it looks roughly about how it's going to finish. Forecasted for 60 laps for Sebastian. Fastest lap of 24.1 for Nathan Breno. The dry spot's getting just a little bit bigger. Not yet on the racing line, but it will get there if the rain stays away, and it looks like it will. We do have a slight breeze. And the flag is about to wave. First car to catch it is going to be the number 9 of Fabregas, and Marino taking the win once again.
Position number 1, Carl Sebastian. Second, Newton. Third, Carrington. Fifth, fourth, William. Fifth place, Mazzoni. Sixth, Carlos. Seventh, Van. Eighth, Saverio. Ninth, Tony. And 10th place, Silvio. We will start as soon as possible. The main final, the touring cards. Driver's presentation. Iemand dat de takedown ingaan in de bal. Henk? Ja, dankjewel.
Nou, ik heb dus niet gezegd, ik wil het direct uitleggen. Wil je helemaal niet proberen te doen? Niet van buiten.
Dat is dus echt moeilijker als je dus even staat.
Met dit weer is gaat, is niet te doen.
Is echt, maar zoals bij Ambroso, die bleef gewoon in de weg rijden. Maar dus ze glijden gewoon meters door, hè?
Ja, maar daarom zeg ik dat we niet aan het rennen. Als je nou ook even kort klaar is, dan heb ik gewoon weer even gedaan.
Drivers on the main final touring car. Getting ready. We will start the drive. When I'm talking, we will start the driver's presentation. So we will wait 1 more minute. All drivers on the main final touring car, get ready please.
Nervous riders, man. Large scale touring car championship. We're walking with her.
Are you not going to start? No, you're not going to start. Minutes to start. All cars in the pit lane, please. All cars in the pit lane, please. Pit exit closed.
Oh, I've been live the whole time. Right. Okay. So I hope nothing naughty was said in the mic has been live the whole time. Yeah, I don't need that one. So, right. So here we are. We're just a couple of minutes away from the start of the 2023 main final for the EFRA Large Scale Touring Car European Championships here in Groningen, Netherlands. We have a dry line starting on the track, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger. So who is going to win the lottery here and have chosen the right setup and the right tire choice and the right racing lines? You saw Vasily trying out some wide lines to try and find the sections of the track with the least amount of water and the most amount of grip. So running through these very, very quickly, we've got Eduardo Rapetti from Italy in the Mecatech, Dario Vasily from Croatia with the MCD, B.A. Arnoldi from France running a Genius, Adam Westholm from Sweden running a Mecatech, Olivier Sampietro from France running S88R, Hessel Ruskam from Netherlands running a Genius, Rick Vanderbilt also from the Netherlands running Genius, Carsten Keller from Germany running MCD, Sindre Undheim from Norway running Mecatech, and Marius Hetland also from Norway also running a Mecatech. Cars 1 through 10 in line on the grid, and they will have the countdown. See what kind of start Arnoldi gets this time. Not as much of a rocket ship off the line this time. Of course, variable driving conditions, 30 minutes of high-intensity touring car racing, large scale, these cars hitting close to 70 miles an hour. Hetland spinning. He's already in the zero position. He's just further back, but we are 1, 3, 2, and 4, so Arnoldi getting past Vasily. Oh, Rapetti sliding. Arnoldi, is he going to be able to use his wet track experience earlier in the day? We've got two groups of two. Westholm battling in the car 4 with Dario in the car 2. Westholm actually sliding. He was so confident in the wet earlier, and so was Arnoldi. Let's see what happens between these guys. I'm sure the eyeballs of the referees are going to be sliding all over the place, just as these cars are. I like that. I was like just kindling. Yeah. 70 miles an hour. No, not on this. No. Yeah. Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah. I'm thinking electric trim. Anyway, we got Hessel Roskam hassled by Repetti, who's spinning around and he's stuck. Repetti is beached. He's unstuck himself, but he's a lap down to the leaders. Arnaldi already out in front. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Repetti is a lap down, yes. So it's Arnaldi, Vasselli, Westholm, and Repetti. Repetti very fast on the straight. Car 5 of San Pietro stuck in the grass as Marshall went and get him. Arnaldi already going down the main straight. He has got acres of space behind him. The 1, the 4, and the 2 all battling together. Westholm getting the worst of it, coming down the grass. So yes, Repetti not a lap down. My fault. Excuse me there, but running well. He's marked in fourth, but he's now second. But it is a very tight battle for second. 4 cars all racing for it. We've got Repetti, Vasselli, Westholm, and Undheim in the cars 1, 2, 4, and 9. Hessel has gone the wrong way on setup. Maybe expecting it to be a very wet race and not being very happy with seeing the drying track. So that's really unfortunate for the former world champ. Meanwhile, Arnaldi on his 8th lap. Vanderbilt spinning, coming onto the main straight. Repetti getting away from Vasselli and Westholm. So he has got clear track all around him now. Arnaldi going into the big S, into the sweeper. And Arnaldi coming up on the 0 car of Hetland, who just about made it into the main final here that we're watching. 26 minutes to go. Hetland, another one with a bad setup or bad tire choice. Arnaldi, absolute rocket ship down the straight. So, current running order, Arnaldi, Repetti, and Vasselli, that's your podium positions at the moment, but Westholm, Undheim, Keller, and Hetland, and Vanderbilt all on the same lap as Vasselli. But Westholm from Sweden, one of our younger top racers. They're both going past Hessel Roskam, who came to a complete stop to let them pass. Discussion going on around me about the wisdom of possibly coming in to change tires. Maybe Hessel is really going for the dry spots. So it could be that Hessel is on dry tires, and could be, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if Hessel starts coming through. But he's many laps down now. He's actually running last and 4 laps behind Arnaldi, who's just put him another lap down. Arnaldi just passing Undheim to put him a further lap down. Well, yeah, he's 1 complete lap ahead now. He's working his way on lapping the field, but Repetti is going to have something to say about that. Where is Repetti now? He's just coming down the straight, so Repetti about 6 or 7 seconds behind. Yep, 6.5 seconds. It depends. So Arnaldi, Repetti, Vasselli. There's your running order. 24 minutes remaining. Arnoldi getting past car 5 of San Pietro. And he's about to put Heskham another lap down. Oh. I have a theory he's on slicks. Oh, okay. He is on slicks. Okay, so that's what. See, he's only driving on the gray spots, so he's expecting it to dry out. Yeah, it's a major gamble. But if the track is drying out and even half the field is on wets, he's going to be carving through them soon. But it's going to be a very long wait, and yeah, we got a gaggle of cars here. So we have Vaselli in the 2, Westholm in the 4, and they're about to be lapped by Arnoldi in the 3. Arnoldi about to put, once he catches up to Dario, he will have lapped the entire field already, and we're not even 8 minutes in. Oh yes, except for Rapetti, of course. Rapetti, he's just here. He's only a few seconds behind. 6.9 seconds now. So he's lost 4/10 now, and that's while Arnoldi's working through traffic. So Arnoldi definitely faster than Rapetti. And it just remains to be seen how much faster as the race goes on. Obviously, the tires will change, setups will change just very slightly. So there's Vaselli and Westholm still not quite locked together, but they're only a couple seconds apart. 1.7 seconds. Yeah, but then you got the So Rapetti now 8.1 seconds behind, and Westholm falling a little bit further away from Vaselli, 1.9 seconds. So keeping an eye on as many races. Oh, Rapetti goes around, so that's going to make him a very slow lap, 22.8 this time around. So that's actually a half a second faster than Arnoldi was able to do, but he's just lost a couple seconds there. Westholm still falling further behind Vaselli, 2.8 now. Rapetti just coming across 10.4, 25.905. So yes, he's lost just about 2 seconds. So our camera coverage system going to be focusing on Dario. That is the bright orange and blue car just at the end of the main straight now, going into the S and the hairpin. And ahead of him, he's got Bernard Alain Arnoldi from France, who looks like he's maybe slacked off just the tiniest bit, but he just did a 23.102. So what am I talking about? His fastest lap is a 22.9. Rapetti just did a 22.9. So, faster than Rapetti's fastest lap. So Rapetti he's able to put the pace down, but he just makes a mistake or two here or there, and then that loses all that time that he's built up. And now he's about a half a lap behind Arnoldi. All 10 cars still running. Hessel Roskam 9 laps behind now. So we'll just keep an eye on him, as he's certainly much happier on the gray bits, as he's got Rapetti coming up on him now to put a lap on him. So the order: car 3 of Arnoldi, car 1 of Repetti, car 2 of Vaselli, and Westholm in the car 4, 3.5 seconds away from a podium spot at the moment. 18 minutes and 20 seconds left in this one. Oh, and Westholm gets sideways as Repetti's coming around to lap him. So, Hessel's best lap time, 26.389, just did a 26.402, and that's 4 seconds slower than our leader, Bernard Alain Arnoldi. He just did a 25-second lap, though, so keep an eye on him. And he's definitely, that's 4 seconds faster than San Pietro's last lap. Made up a lot of time on the 9th place car, but he's still in 10th place. It's going to be quite a battle. 17 minutes left to try and get up into, and he's just spun as well on the wet. So it's 22-1 for Dario that last lap, his best lap of the race so far. Faster than both of the cars ahead of him and anyone else on track. And he just backed it up with a 22-1 again. So Westholm just comes across 8 seconds behind Dario is where Westholm is at the moment. So what's the gap between Eduardo and Dario? Dario comes across 18 seconds, so that's a full lap. That basically, actually, Eduardo is the next car behind Dario on track. So if Dario is able to lay these fast laps down, but Eduardo just did a 22.3 and Vaselli just did a 22.1, so it's going to take a very long time at 0.2 seconds a lap for Dario to swing around and make up an entire lap. Dario actually just went 4/10 slower on his last lap than Eduardo, so Eduardo's still pulling away. Roscam doing a 25.5, but San Pietro on his last lap did a 21.9. So that's the car 5, the white and teal Alpha. They're actually together on track, and San Pietro pulling away from Hessel. The battle looks like it might be between Westholm and Undheim, cars 4 and 9. Undheim just coming underneath us, going down the pit straight, and just ahead of him on track, one car ahead of him, is Westholm, our young Swedish racer. He's so confident in the wet in the semis. So let's see what the lap was. The distance between them was 2.4 now. Let's see what it is next time they come around. As Westholm gets sideways coming onto the straight, loses some drive, so now they're going to be visibly closer. This is our developing battle here, coming into the hairpin and about to cross the finish line. Westholm in the car 4 being chased by Undheim. The Battle of Scandinavia is in full effect now. So now it's 1.3 seconds difference. I think it's closer now. It's going to be just less than 1 second. Oh, and Adam still getting sideways coming onto the sweeper, and Undheim underneath him into the first corner. Clean pass. That's exactly what everyone wants to see. We still all agree that Rubin's racing, but, you know, a clean pass. Yeah. You imagine if you have all the little aero bits, like on a DTM car, on your front wings, and as long as you don't lose any of those bits, that's the perfect pass. So Undheim now, 4th position. Is he going to be able to catch up to Dario? 11 seconds now. It looks like the lap times are dropping, at least for the top 5 racers. 21-second lap range for everybody. Rick Vanderpool, where has he gone? He's disappeared from our timing screen, unfortunately. No, not he himself, but his car. Yeah, I hear a car in the pits. So Sindre still 11-something seconds behind Dario, so not making up time on him just yet. Hessel Roskam dipping into the 21s now. His fastest lap, 21.5. But he's 4 laps down behind Rick Vanderpool. 10 laps behind our leader. Twelve minutes left in this one. It's going to be a bridge too far, we think, for Hessel, but he is definitely going to give it a go. But now are the cars on wets going to start having trouble? So this is where it really starts to really start taking effect here. Dario Vaselli with the first 20-second run, 20.9. He's still, I think I miss it. I think it's 15 or 16 seconds behind Rapetti on track. Undheim further 12 seconds behind. So I'm just going to keep my eye on Vaselli and Roskam. Plenty of respect between them, but it will be very interesting if Hessel will be able to catch and pass Dario. Vanderpool just did a 19.4. That's after doing a 19.9. So Vanderpool out there on. He must have changed tires then. Yes, yeah. So that's why Vanderpool. Why not? You're in 9th position. Why not just go ahead and change tires? So between them, obviously these guys, Vanderpool and Roskam, sitting right next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, literally. So one went one way and the other went the other. So start on wets, change to dries, and start on dries and stay there. 18.6 now for Vanderpool. Those tires must have been on the hottest of the hottest settings of his tire warmers, because he is flying. 13 seconds behind San Pietro though. 18.6 again. Meanwhile, Arnaldi 21.4, Eduardo Rapetti 20.4, Dario 20.9, Undheim 20.2, 20.8 for Westholm. You can see these times on your screen. So you can see the best lap times on the screen as well. 18.6.8 for Vanderpool. But the Dutch racers, Vanderpool and Roskam, did it again. They're going to have a hard time getting up even into the top 5, I think. 9 minutes left in this race. So Vaselli has Arnaldi all over the back of him. Roskam now running easily with Vaselli and Arnaldi. Arnaldi may just be in sort of cruise mode. because Rapetti is 8.3 seconds behind. So he's not in any danger, but well, the only one in danger at the moment is Arnoldi, because he's in the middle of these guys. I think Arnoldi's starting to have possibly some trouble with his tires. He was just fishtailing just a bit coming out of the sweeper. Vaselli also. Oh, we have a collision between the 7 and the Rapetti. Heard some shouting. There goes Westholm off the track. Arnoldi sliding to get around him. So we got Arnoldi, burning out as he puts the traction down. Is he losing traction? I think these guys are going to be starting to get ready for some tire changes. We'll see what Arnoldi does here. He's not going in. No one's going in from that group. Yep, Sindre now passing Rapetti. Rapetti has some major body damage on the front end, but it's still drivable. It's just on the bonnet. So it's all change. It's all change. Not in positions just yet as Marius rolls around again and Westholm spins in consolation. Arnoldi has been passed by Roskam. Arnoldi sliding all over the place now. Our leader, 20.8 on that last lap. So now the danger is, do the leaders come in to change tires? So we've got Dario and Rapetti, Eduardo and Dario out there. This is a battle for second on presumably wet tires with Hessel on slicks behind them. And they're both sliding all over the place. Hessel's going to want to come through and unlap himself. He's going to want to do that another 10 times to get back in the lead, of course, but so the gap between these guys, you can see it. You can almost throw a blanket over them as Dario is going into the main corner, the first corner, and then around the hairpin. Rapetti getting side. Oh, and he spins! Lets Roskam pass. Oh, and he's stuck on the grass. So Undheim is now just behind him with Westholm. So that's a... Oh, no, Westholm is... Where's Karsten Keller come from? So Rapetti and Undheim is their battle for third. Just about to cross the finish line. And then we've got... Where's Karsten Keller? Westholm is a lap behind both of these guys. So nothing has stayed the same from the beginning of the race, except that Arnoldi is still in the lead. Oh, and Rapetti, another spin for Rapetti just at the start of the straight. No one around to potentially get in trouble with him. But that means Undheim is now in third. So the repeat for Rapetti probably not going to happen at this rate. 4.5 minutes left. We've got Arnoldi, Vaselli, Undheim, Rapetti, Keller. Westholm has dropped back and let Keller move up. Hetland, San Pietro, Vanderbilt, and Roskam in 10th, taking the very risky move to go out on slicks. And then Vanderbilt changing his tires. We're pretty sure that's the only car to have come in and done the tire change. Vanderbilt doing 19.7 on his last lap. We're pretty sure Arnoldi, Vaselli, and Rapetti, not sure about Undheim, but probably as well, all on rain tires. You can see now they're doing the find the wet spots dance of Arnoldi. Either that or just had a bad entrance going into the pit straight. Heller and Unheim together on track, but they are separated by a full lap. Hessel Roskam looking to make a pass on Westholm and leaving Repetti behind. And Westholm lets him go past. I'm sure his mechanic, all he had to do was turn around and see where Roskam is in the overall pace and say, don't hold him up because you've got Repetti behind you. So 2.5 minutes left in this one. Two and a quarter minutes left. Arnoldi, Vaselli, and Unheim is our podium positions at the moment. Unheim and Repetti, the only ones. Well, Vaselli, Unheim, and Repetti close-ish on track. Vaselli and Unheim closer. Let's see where they are at. Vaselli just coming underneath us. Unheim about 10 seconds behind. So on the same lap, but too far away. 9.7 seconds. Too far away to do too much unless Vaselli has some trouble. Vaselli 17.1 seconds behind Arnoldi. It's almost a full lap. Lap times are roughly 21 seconds. Vanderpool has now moved ahead of San Pietro. So the gamble for Roskam not paying off starting on slicks. The gamble for Rick Vanderpool not paying off either. Roskam starting 6th, Vanderpool starting 7th, Roskam running 10th now after sliding the entire first half of the race. And only at about the 12-minute mark did he start to make the same. Where's Arnoldi? What's happened to Arnoldi? He's at the end of the straight. So where's Vaselli? Where's Vaselli? Vaselli's just at the start of the straight now. Can he be rescued? Can he be rescued? They are together. First and second together, coming around the hairpin now. 43 seconds left in this race, and it's come down to this. A mistake from Arnoldi. Both of them together. Oh, no. Dario's ahead. And Arnoldi, he's got some damage on his body. And he's got Hetland all over the back of him, but that's not a problem. But, so now, can Arnoldi get in there and win another European champion? He's on his last lap. Or is Dario going to take his first on-road European championship? Arnoldi's off. Vaselli takes it.
Results of the main final touring car. Dario 1. Second, Silver, third, number 4. Carson 5th, Adam 6th. Dario 7th, over 8th. Rick 9th, Hessel 10th.
hat man wahrscheinlich besser, aber der Witz ist,
Deswegen habe ich das ja geschrieben. Wollte Dennis noch nachfahren?
So, thank you all drivers for attending the European Championship Master BMX Defense of Rail Factor at Groningen 2023. We will start the five-sitting ceremony after the first time time, so that will be now 16:45, around 17:15, 17:30. Congrats to all drivers. Thank you for attending. You are a great group of drivers. You always
So we have here the fresh European. But
it was some decision in the last minute before the starting, so we decided to go with the rain tires, not with the slick one, which was, yeah, this was the best combination. Thanks to all the sponsors, thanks to the.
So we have here the fresh European champion. Just a couple of minutes ago he won a fantastic final, Dario Vesely from Croatia. Dario, are you back in normal life now?
Not yet. I still cannot believe this, what happened in the last 2 minutes, so this was really, really crazy. The moments, performance for history, I think, because of the weather condition, the track condition, the competition of the drivers was really crazy. I want to congratulate to all drivers. It was very fair play, everything was amazing weekend. I still cannot believe it.
Yeah, that was fantastic final, changing conditions. And it was a big gamble, but
it was some decision in the last minute before the starting, so we decided to go with the rain tires, not with the slick one, which was, yeah, this was the best combination. Thanks to all the sponsors, thanks to the amazing package from MCD, GRP, GPF, Samba pipes, really, really amazing.
Okay, enjoy this fantastic moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have here Sindre Undheim from Norway, just finishing on the podium a couple of minutes ago with a fantastic drive, changing conditions. So how do you feel?
I feel very good, a bit difficult in the start because when the track was wet I was not on pace at all, but once it started drying up I could find more grip on the dry parts and yeah, finish P3, so very happy.
Yeah, this is an incredible drive. It's very, very, very difficult conditions. Yes. You also passed some even faster cars, but at the end you speed it up. Yes. It was a good tire challenge and everything worked out. So congratulations, enjoy.
Thank you.